Alright. Day 2, here we are. This time, like, more or less on time, I think. But, as always, similar to yesterday, I have Boop and Skami as my fellow co-judges. Any thoughts for today's Slate O contestants compared to yesterday's?
I'm still waiting for the copper operator.
No copper yet.
I'm just excited to see what people are doing.
And then also a reminder that here's our standings. Here's our current standings. Let's just scoot that one over. But here's our current standings. So 7 more spots to be filled. Should be a fun time. Alright, so without further ado, shall we begin, fellow judges?
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Here we go. Boulder, here you are. It's a little bit small, but a 6-star Arts Protector. Finally, Arts Protector.
Nice.
Seriously though, when are we getting one
We-
from like the game?
Never.
Alright, fair enough.
What do you mean? We have Shalem. We have Cerny. Who else would we possibly need? I don't know.
They're totally 6 stars. Totally. Totally. HE, meanwhile, they're like, hey, you guys gonna make a 6-star Arts Protector? A 6-star what now? But yes, we have a 6-star Arts Protector. She is from Aegir. Or she is an Aegir. And she is ex-Church of the Deep. Currently of our yes, another one of the Iberia gang. I see. Alright. Again, I'm pretty sure this is another one of those things where relation to theme is going to be all over the place because there was a difference in how people chose to have the relation, so just depending on where it is, it's going to be where it is. Well,
This operator is very tall.
yes, they are quite tall.
So they are a snail. Do volcano snails have shells?
That is
I believe so.
actually a good question.
Actually, from what I understand, snails have shells, slugs don't.
Yeah,
and that's
snails
like the
do
difference,
slugs
right?
though. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for the shells are made of iron, that's metal as fuck. Pun not intended.
Okay. Like,
They
God
look
damn.
like a really big mollusk, is my understanding. I'm remembering volcano snails correctly.
Alrighty. Let's see. Alright, well, stats are gonna be, we don't exactly have a 6-star to compare to, side-eyeing you, HG, but also going like, alright, low light, come on. You know, you want to make an OC? Come on, I got the perfect thing for y'all.
So I have bad news. I don't have Arknights open. So I'm firing up blue stacks right now.
That's totally fine, though, because, I mean, we don't really have a 6-star Archspect to compare to.
I mean, I'm more wondering about the res and like the general stat distribution, right? For all
That's
we know,
fair.
like because if the general stat distribution is like more or less the same, then it's just like okay, cool, it's stock standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty standard. You know, the stats are higher all around than the 5 stars, which is very understandable because 5 stars don't get as many stats.
Mm-hmm. So you're gonna get thicker
They get
stats.
10 less levels, feels bad. It's okay. 3
And-
stars get like 60 less levels. It sucks.
Totally fine. When compared to asbestos, like, yeah. I mean, you had your choice of asbestos, Shalem, or Churdy. Surely.
I suppose 2 of those are welfare operators. Not the best comparison.
It'll work
Yeah,
fine, surely.
Decently higher stats all around.
Mm-hmm. No, welfares have totally never gotten shafted in Arknights. Never. Never.
Shall we move on?
Yeah, what do we got here? We got... Okay, so there's more elemental damage. There's elemental damage. Oh, interesting way to go about it. Elemental damage dot. Interesting. And then we have... If you defeat an enemy with higher defense of self, you can get a stack, and stack gives you a defense and attack. Oh, that's a pretty interesting way. Oh, that's pretty cool. Conceptually. Any...
I like Talent 1 in the sense that it's not like super OP, but it's still like powerful.
Yeah, because it takes...
Decently good. It's
It's-
1,000.
it'd be-
Yeah, 1,000, right?
Yeah, so it's 20 seconds, right?
Yeah, 20 seconds and you get 7,000 damage off of it.
That's one way to go about it. And then you have the cooldown period before you can do 20 seconds again, so you can't really just like go, wow, let me just hold on to this person forever. And
I really like the subtle nod that to what HG started doing. From what I understand, most arts protectors, not all, have like some way of decreasing or increasing their own damage with their talent. Like Durnar increases her own attack. Shalom reduces defense, and then Asbestos gets res, but that's a like she increases her own range, which is the thing, but that's not something that's in her talent, so to say.
I believe we do have a module here. If we're ready to go on to the next page.
Yep, I am ready.
Yeah.
All right. We do have a module.
I will say I do think talent 2 is a little underpowered.
Just gonna go back down to it for a second. You can stack up to 10 times, so you get, what is that, 15%? It is pretty conditional for, what is that, 60 or 70 more defense and 15% attack. That is quite conditional.
I think the defense is like very minor, but the attack increase is meaningful enough.
Yeah, 15% attack is actually a good amount, but yeah, 60 defense is kind of like, but maybe the module does something with it.
Maybe.
Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, just straight immunity to cold. I think my biggest question with this one is, does Arknights distinguish between fire or ice type arts? Like, does it actually distinguish around that?
This isn't
it doesn't.
Something that's currently implemented in the game, no. So implementing this operator would have to involve tagging, like everything in the game. Not that that's impossible to do, but
that would just take time, essentially.
It could be one of those like common sense things of like, okay, you know, Tallulah chucking fireballs at you is probably fire type arts, or the Yetis chucking ice at you is probably ice type arts.
My issue with this is that what do you call it? In general, it's not always applicable, but in general, if the enemy has like a purple weapon or no weapon at all, they usually do arts damage. And that's sort of like a visual clarity type of thing, right? Because I can pop into like a stage, I mean, if the enemy has like a purple sword, oh, they do arts damage. It's just like, that's just something I've more or less trained myself to see, right?
That was old AK way back in the day, but with the enemy like arts swordsmen or whatever, and then the arts drones, they always had like purple. I think that's not the case nowadays, but you know, for a good chunk of time it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my biggest question would just be the implementing the ice and fire, which wouldn't be hard to do. Again, it would not be hard to do, but like that'd be a little bit of a, okay, that's an interesting way to go about it. Because if that implies you're going to have like, I don't know, lightning arts, question mark.
It feels like this would be an entirely new mechanic that they would have to sort of implement, right? Like maybe like some type of anniversary event, they release like 3 6-stars, one of them maybe being like an altar everyone's been waiting for, and then it's just like, oh, look at this big mechanic that changes the entire game, you know?
Yeah.
I will think
it's sort of like,
go ahead.
It's sort of like elemental damage in that way. Like, they introduced elemental damage and they introduced a bunch of units built around elemental damage. But I think this is a narrower effect. Like, I don't think you can make a ton of units built around this in the same way you can make a ton of units built around elemental damage.
I don't know if we're going to get any Pokemon in Arknights anytime soon with, like, the fire-type arts is super effective against ice-type enemies or something. I don't think we're getting that anytime soon. I will say the unit being immune to cold has a pretty big effect. Or it can have a really big impact.
It is very big, but at the same time, it's also very niche, right? Because it's not something that would come up all the time. For example, Blaze Talent. So you get status res. That's not something that always comes up, but it still is really good when it comes up, you know?
All I'm saying is I would be, this would be very nice for IS4 ending 2.
It's also like Gnosis Talent, which is just full-on status res for Kiereg operators.
Yeah, but being straight immune to cold would be nice, especially again on IS4 D50 and ending 2. Just being able to like, nah, you can't freeze my operator. That'd be nice. But
that is also like one situation.
yeah, it's pretty
not
niche.
in general.
It's basically a really strong situation for that niche. For that like niche usage. Alrighty, we ready to see some skills?
Yep.
Yes.
Alright. Okay, my spacing is a little bit off here, but there we go. The spacing was a little bit wonky there. So what do we got? We got a 15 SP. So pretty... Oh, defensive recovery though. Okay, never mind. I was like, 15 SP is pretty cheap. Never mind. Never mind. More block, more art, more elemental. Oh, that's pretty cool. So more range. That's a pretty cool like expansion of talent 1 for skill 1.
I think skill 1 would be fine if it wasn't such a low SP cost.
It's 15 defensive.
Oh, it's defensive. Okay.
Yeah, I had the same moment of like, that's a low SP cost. Oh wait, it's defensive.
And honestly, I think this is an effect that it's just fine to have pretty good uptime on.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Wait.
really give you any defensive boots. It just makes you do a decent amount of damage.
We can grab the robot from earlier, plop this down, and have 2 skill 1s in a row. Let's go.
Just turbo grab the rope. All right, we're just straight up making our own combos out of these contests, aren't we?
And then we can Ock this unit. Let's go. 15 free SP. Okay.
Oh, God. But yeah, no, I think skill 1 seems fine for the most part. Also, hi mouse. But yeah, that's what seems fine to me. Like, I think that's pretty solid.
Skill 2 feels a little bit counterintuitive with talent 2. Just like, you work so hard to get your 10 stacks and getting your 60 defense. You activate skill 2 and all of a sudden you have minus 40 defense instead.
I think the idea is that by lowering your defense, it's easier to get additional stacks.
Also, hi Lasat. Yeah, the concept for this one looks like you're not really blocking. You're more onto kill mode. Yeah,
I mean, that's also a thing I didn't bring up, but I probably should. I feel like Talent 2 and Talent 1 kind of... not Talent 2 and Talent 1. Is it... No, Talent 2 is sort of counterintuitive into itself, right? Because if you kill an enemy with higher defense, you get more defense.
Oh, that's true. It kind of works against stuff a little bit there. On the other hand, I will say, with how much defense the operator has, 618, like, I'm gonna say most enemy, like, a lot of higher damage, like, angrier enemies will have whatchamacallit, they will have, higher defense. Like, a lot of enemies, I think, will have a good bit of, like, higher than 600 defense, now, the scarier ones at least.
The only enemies these days that don't have higher than 600 defense these days is like the standard caster, the standard melee mook, and the standard ranged mook.
Yeah, just like your like...
And dogs, of course.
Yeah, like your...
There's a decent number of enemies that don't have that much defense, to be honest. It's definitely not everything that is over 600 defense at this point in time.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, this is better. Like, the Talon 2 is directed more towards killing elite enemies, as opposed to like stacking up quickly from killing mooks. That's the way I interpreted Talon 2. Let's see. So overheat. So if you get it, okay. So you get a longer duration, and your attack increases. So you get more attack depending on, if you're able to get 3 stacks, then you're doing more damage. I think my question is, does it refresh the skill duration, or do you just get 10 more seconds? That's what I'm not sure about with the wording here. Thoughts, judges?
In terms of like the practicality of how skill 2 would be coded, I feel like it would be a little strange.
My understanding based on how it reads is that it's a 10-second duration increase. Well, I'm not sure what it means when it says back to 25 seconds.
I'm not sure either, but that is what I have in the submission. So let's just chalk it up to now you get 30-second duration if you're able to kill 3 like quick enough.
Yeah, I don't think I can interpret that parenthetical in a way that makes sense, so I'm just going to ignore it.
So I guess I'm just gonna agree that like you just get 10 more seconds as opposed to giving you 30 seconds. Like it just refreshes the skill duration with the overheat mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so we're all on the same page.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. What do we got? So then S3 time. S3. Yeah, so S2 is definitely the go murder, go on, do a kill. S3. So we got. Okay, so S3 is probably the expensive one. Yep, 50 SP cost. And it looks like it's based around your stacks. Okay, so you get 15. But you don't get it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Having the defense increase, I think all the purpose of having the defense increase is just to make sure that you can keep getting stacked, because you don't have. Well, then you're not getting that much anyway. Unless you're getting what, one. You're getting, what is that, 90?
You get 75
Yeah.
30 times, I think.
You're really not getting that much. Even if
That's not. It's 6 per stack, is that right? It's how
Yeah.
much it is at 45.
It is 6 up to 7.
No, it's 6. If we're going by how Arknights does it, it's 6.
6 then.
Plus
Okay.
1 is just
Oh,
showing
yeah,
the mod.
plus 1 is, yeah, so it'll be 6.
So yeah,
So,
it's like less than 10% defense up, even at full stacks with this.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm
will
not sure if
say-
having it is necessary.
I will say, I don't see the reason why getting defense and talent 2 should be there in the first place.
That's
Like
true.
just remove it. Like if you remove it, this operator basically works the same, if not better.
Let's see. So you're hitting all. So you now have all blocked enemies. Okay. But you're using up Iron Shell and burning, or not burning, but taking 200 HP from yourself. And anyone you hit with skill has an art thought for 20% after the big damage go up. And if they go below 10%, they explode. Okay, so high potential. High potential. So I'm assuming with the way this works is that if you're killing, you can hypothetically go infinite with this if you can keep getting enough stacks. With the way
It's just
I'm
another
understanding this.
read S3.
Yes, but in this particular case, you're attacking slower, and you can refresh your ammo by getting kills.
Yeah, I think the big thing that's different between this and like Reed Seal is Reed Seal can chain off of itself. And this, well, can the chain off of itself too, hit by self-immolation?
Basically, the enemy has to be blocked in order to be marked with the self-immolation. Because if you're not, or I guess they have to be in the range of the explosion to be marked by it.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it can chain to me now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it can chain.
This is still damage out by the skill. It's not a huge amount of AoE damage, although it is a fairly large amount of damage to the target itself. You know, if you hit a
200%. Wait, hold on. Is that 200% after the attack plus 200%?
it should be.
Yeah, so that's actually a.
I mean, it's not too high. You have like 800 attack. You
Yeah.
get 2,400 attack after using this. I mean, the comparison here is like Penance, right? Penance has like 4,000 attack.
So
and it's only on enemies that are already very low health.
Below, it has to be below 10%. I will say it's an actually easier condition to detonate the mark compared to Readall, because Readall they actually have to die in order to kaboom. So it's an easier way to detonate it. So actually, does I'm assuming the explosion from the mark counts as enemies being hit by the skill. So yeah, you could hypothetically get some really funny chains going with this. Okay. But you're burning 200 HP for every attack you do, and you're losing stacks. So you're actually, so basically, you have a big attack spike because you're getting you get 15 stacks, so you're getting 1.5 times 15, right? Because you already have your attack up, so it's actually not 802 because you're starting with 15 stacks already. So you actually start with a higher.
Yeah. Although that's additive with the 200%. It ends up being like a 220% instead of 200%. Right.
Okay. It's a little bit of finagling with that. I'm like, okay, what is it? I think the interesting part to me is that you can hypothetically go infinite with this skill.
I will say, skill 3 feels a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
I think it's okay. I think it does a good bit. I think it's one of the cases of I'd rather things have a little more wording so it's easier for us to read and explain it. Like, it's easier for us to understand.
Yeah, and I'm actually not sure I agree. I think most of the text on this skill is required, except for, the integration with Iron Shell. Which, like, if you don't think Iron Shell is that important in the first place, then yeah, you could take that out. But everything else is a meaningful change.
Like, you actually do need that amount just to say exactly what it does. All right, ready to go on to the next one, or the next page?
Yep.
Here's our relation to theme. So our theme is that, I believe the relation to theme is iron. Yes, iron. Okay. Anything to comment on for the theming before we move along to lore?
Nope,
I do not.
good.
Let me know when you're ready, Boop, and we shall.
I am ready. Yes.
All right, lore summary. Again, as usual, we will not read aloud the lore, but we will view it and read it to ourselves. So again, it's another operator file style one. So again, let me know when y'all are ready to go to the page 2 of lore. As we will read. Yes, we actually read here in this edition of EN, surprisingly enough. Okay.
Alright.
Sounds like you're ready to go, Skami?
Yep.
One moment. I'm trying to search for a specific information. For a specific piece of information.
Is it about the element, or is it about...
It's about the element, yes.
I assume you're just double checking like how it works with things.
Yeah, because from what I understand, iron by itself isn't strong. It needs to be an iron alloy. So I was just searching for that. If it was like, if this is just like, oh, this operator's just like pure iron equipment, or is it alloy? And I don't see anything about alloys. Then again, it's Terra. We don't know if Terran iron works different than real iron.
Exactly. You know? Well, we have to use, you gotta incorporate elements of our version of iron. But anywho.
Also, like, colloquially, when people are talking about iron, they are not necessarily just talking about like pure elemental iron.
I will say our contest does require, the elemental iron, if that is the case. So that is a little bit You gotta make sure you do your research.
I mean, I'm not sure about that. Like, it's one thing if the idea is, oh, it's a specific iron compound, but like the whole deal with iron, like most of the things that people talk about when they're talking about iron are in combinations because you know nothing exists really. Well, not nothing. Many things do not exist in pure elemental states for
And how we use
basically
it.
any practical use. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm okay with that. Yeah, when people are talking about quality of the iron, that's usually about like the carbon content.
Alright, ready to go to page 2 for Lord?
Yep.
Oop. Ready to go to page 2?
Yeah, I'm ready.
There's redacted. I see, last time I saw something redacted that hard with the redacted look, that was a good old Zuya. And then let me know when we're ready to go into voice lines, and Boulder, let me know right now if you have anything in mind for the voice, or if it's just, you know, just whatever we can work with. Just let me know.
I am ready.
I'm ready as well.
Cool. Alright. Who can pull off the best Edgelord Isekai MC? Alright, so,
Alright, Wookie, I'm throwing you under the bus.
bro, I am not an Edgelord Isekai MC. I am insulted by that comparison, sir.
I mean, I can do it if you want.
Go for it. I'm throwing you under the bus back.
Okay, I just need like a second to prepare myself.
Yeah, go
Let me
for
get
it.
some water. This is gonna kill my throat.
Yeah, Boulder, I can pull off funny and cute. I can't pull off. I don't pull off edgy. It's like, put me in, coach. We all have our ranges that we can pull off. Alright. I did in fact use No You, and it was super effective. Damn right it is. Yeah, first one usually takes a little bit of time because we're just getting the hang of things, and then we're Gucci right afterwards.
Alright, I'm back.
Go forth, Boop.
Oh god. I might sound like a gremlin. Fair warning.
Well, Edgelord Isekai, go!
What was that, Doctor? Ah, you saw my hair turn orange, huh? Please don't worry. When I feel strong emotions, the heat I store within my body tends to leak out into my hair. It only changed color because it was hot. What strong emotion? Are you sure you want me to answer that? It does sometimes sadden me to use my valuable collection on unworthy foes, but it is a price I must pay. And between you and me, Doctor, given my nature, I so rarely get to feel warm. But wearing that molten metal on my hands is the only time that changes. Quite a risky topic, Doctor, asking me about that. But I'll indulge you. I remember very little of my family, but we were quite well off. My mother was the mayor of Primavera, and my father was a minister, so money was never an issue. Someday, I hope we meet again once the sickness of the deep has been cured from all the innocent townsfolk. What's with that look on your face? You shouldn't listen into women's rooms. I don't care if I was crying. Stop. What do you mean if I don't say I'll need a psych evaluation? Fine. I remembered. My brother. Then another one. Then another one. I only have one brother, Doctor. I can't tell who's real and who's a lie left by the church. Please. Help. Well done, everyone. We must inspect the fallen to see if there is anything of use. Please let me know if there is any armor made of high-quality iron. I would like to add it to my shield.
Alright. Ready to go to points?
Yep.
Alright. Who wants to start us off for today?
I need a moment after that.
Understandable.
Yeah. I can start us off.
Go for it.
Alright, so starting with the lore. I think the lore is fine. You mentioned in chat Edgelord Isekai MC, and obviously not actually an Isekai main character in the narrative, but you know, you're hitting a lot of those notes. It's a very established character archetype, and you lean into it very hard, which is fine. It's fine to lean into an established character archetype, but it doesn't particularly inspire like a feeling of novelty in me. It just feels like an implementation of this character archetype. So I think that's just fine, so I'll give that a 1.5. Next, let's talk about the integration. The theming here, right, is the like volcano snail thing where they collect iron into their shell and other parts of their skeleton, and this is a operator who scavenges iron into their weaponry, into making them more effective. I think that's a cool integration. It's mentioned in the talents, and the skills all kind of interact with that. So I think that's a good integration. Again, classic note, well, actually, I don't think this applies here. Normally I would say, oh yeah, just about one feature of iron, but I think it makes sense to focus on a specific animal that implements iron in its body, or implements an element in its body. I think that's an interesting take on the theme. I like it quite a bit. So I'm going to give the integration a 2.2.
2.2.
Next, let's talk about the kit. I think the kit has some really interesting ideas in it, and then a lot of stuff that doesn't really execute on those ideas especially well. Starting with the talents, I think both talents are basically just fine. Talent 2 is a really small defense buff and a relatively small attack buff, especially considering all of the skills have attack buffs built into them, right? Like, skill 3 gives you a plus 200% attack. You barely care about stacks of mineral assimilation if you're using skill 3. Similar things with skill 2. Slightly less so with skill 1. And of course, when you hit skill 3, you immediately go up to max stacks, so it's not a mini game you really care about doing with the operator if you're on skill 3. Skill 2 also doesn't really interact that much with talent 1. It gives you ranged attacks. And yeah, the talent 2 buff being super minor, I think makes a lot of the stuff that keys off of it not feel super great. With respect to skills, I think skill 1 is cool and interesting. It's like very much an arts card sort of thing to do, but it's not an effect that's on any existing arts card. It amplifies the talents and stuff. That's cool. Skill 2, again, really in the arts card wheelhouse of just being range damage. Also cool. Skill 3, to some extent, feels like a button that you press and just do a lot of damage, as opposed to something that you have to like play around in an interesting way. It's like, another melee art DPS, or close to melee arts DPS. We talked a little bit about this earlier, but I think there's some complexity that isn't necessarily needed with respect to skill 3, with respect to Iron Shell, right? Like, Iron Shell on skill 3 gives you 45 defense. That's not a lot of defense, and it gives you a 10% more damage, decaying down to 0% more damage over the duration of the skill. Those aren't things that are like super important to the skill. Taking them out wouldn't change anything really meaningful about how the skill is used. In terms of general concept, I like the idea of the scavenging on Talent 2. I think it's an interesting minigame. It's just not a minigame that provides enough reward for it to be like worth using within the kit. So overall, I'm going to give the kit a 1.7.
7?
Finally, balance. I think this operator is balanced fine. I think that their skill 1 and skill 2 are like slightly weak for a 6-star operator. My comparison here is like Penance. You know, Penance skill 2 does more damage than this operator's skill 1, even if you include the elemental damage eventually turning into, you know, the other kind of elemental damage, basically true damage. And skill 2 is, you know, only a little bit more damage than the 5-star comparisons. Skill 3, I think, is a reasonably balanced skill, but it's mostly reasonably balanced by virtue of being a skill that doesn't do anything other than a bunch of damage. You know, if you give a unit roughly the same damage numbers as units that do good damage, then it's going to end up balanced, but that's not necessarily like something that I'm particularly excited about the balance of. So overall, I think the balance is okay, but could use some improvement on some of the skills. I'm going to give it a 1.4.
0.4, so that's a 6.8 overall from Skami. Alright. Do you still need some time, or are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go, because I want to say something before I completely forget.
Go for it.
Which I might have already forgotten, so...
Bruh.
Anyway, I think the cohesion and integration was done really well. In terms of like what it is, I think it's really cool. I especially like the lore tie-in, which I didn't recognize until Skami brought it up about the talent 2 tying in with the scavenging. That's cool in terms of like an integration thing. So I think I'll give cohesion and integration overall as like a 2.1 because I do think it's done really well, but at the same time it feels a little lackluster. For the lore, I think the lore is good. There's not much else to say other than what Skami he said, and it's what do you call it? I don't think we have like a super edgelord in Arknights other than like Sesa, but he's not really an edgelord, right? So that's cool. I'll give lore overall a 2.5. For balance, I think the balance is fine. I do think it could use a little tweaking here and there. I think skill 1 is okay, though it is slightly weak because of the defensive recovery. I think that's like the main issue with it. I think what it does is fine. It's just its uptime could be an issue. I think skill 3 is fine. Could you go back to skill 2 for a moment, please?
Thank God everything's... There we go. It went black screen for a second. I was like...
I think... Oh yeah, here we go. That's what I was thinking about. I think I will retract a statement about skill 3. I think skill 3 is also a little bit weak. It's the same as skill 2. And the reason I say this is because of the range increasing. Right? For skill 2, we have a range of +2 tiles, which is cool, but it's still like pretty restrictive, right? And then for skill 3, there's not really a range increase. It's just still attack. It's just attack all blocked enemies, right? Because if you go to Asbestos and Shalom, both of them have range increases. Shalom gets like 6 tiles in front of him, and Asbestos gets 7, right? And they both do AoE damage essentially, right? So I do like the skill 3 attacking all blocked enemies, but the lack of a range increase makes it feel a little underpowered. And the same sort of like goes for skill 2, because the thing about the range increases that Shalom and Asbestos have is that it makes their utility a lot higher than people think of it, right? Because I can place Asbestos in one lane and she can fire into another lane, and the same goes for Shalom, right? And I feel as if this operator can't really do that, and so it's a little bit more restrictive, right? So I'll give balance a 1.7.
Okay.
For the kit, I like the kit. It is refreshing. It's not super stock standard. I do like Talent 1 being on the cusp of not being a skill while also being a talent. I think Talent 2 is a little bit wonky, because of how it works in it of itself, just from like a concept point of view, right? Rather than a like the integration is fine, just from like the concept it feels wonky.
Mhm.
And yeah, and the skills are fine as well. I'll give the kit a 1.8.
Okay, so it's an 8.1 from Boo.
Oh wow, that's a lot higher than I thought it would
Yeah,
be.
you gave it 8.
That's fine though.
You gave it 2.5 to lore.
Oh, that's fine.
Alright.
Or it's fine.
I'll start off. Unlike Boop, I will not give it 2.5 to lore. To me, the lore is... It's solid. It's solid. It's not... Like to me, it doesn't particularly make me feel any particular direction. Right? I'm like, yeah, like this... It works. Is it particularly, like, really good? I would not say that the lore particularly wows me, but it doesn't disappoint me either, right? I am whelmed. So by whelmed, I will give it a 1.5.
I will say when it comes to the lore, this is probably just a matter of opinion, but I do think what's the word for it? I feel like it hits a lot of the Arknights bullet points of what should be in a backstory. And sort of like the personality from the voice lines carries a lot, I would say.
Still will not change my score because I
That's fine.
still think that I am still whelmed by it with everything.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of opinion.
Mm-hmm. So I am still whelmed by the lore. As for the overall integration and the kit, I think I'm okay with the theme, with the relation to the theme and making everything, trying to make all that work in. And just like adding iron in because of the ability of iron to be alloyed. You are not using iron as an alloy, you are using the property of iron, and it's the property to be alloy, which I'm like, okay, that's a good touch. That's a good touch to do it. As for the overall kit, I think the overall kit can work in the Arknights. The only question I have is just with the modules as we mentioned earlier, the ice and fire type are, that one's a little bit like, okay, you're gonna have to do some finagling to get that in. I'm not sure how much that would really be done in AK outside of like big changes. So that one's like a little bit of a moment, but otherwise, I think the kit for the most part works together with what you're trying to do with like blocking. You're gonna have some weird case where some skills encourage different talents. And then talent 2 is a little bit wonky with the defense. Like you're really not getting that much defense, so it's like, I don't know. It's wonky for that particular one. But overall, I think the integration is solid. So I'll give it a 1.8. Balance wise, I think 15 defensive is a bit high for skill 1. Talent 2 I think is just wonky. I think the attack is nice, but the defense just like, why? Like, I'm genuinely just don't really see a reason for the defense to be there. Like either fiddle with making the either fiddle with making a defense or something else, or something with the defense and the amount you're getting just doesn't feel right, because the defense feels piddly, right? But then because of the way Talent 2 works, but like with the way the talent works, you don't want that much defense because you want the enemy to have more defense than you. So it kind of works against itself, and you're trying to get defense, but then it works against itself. So it's like, honestly, if you're just saying like, oh yeah, you get like, I don't know, 1 or 2 res or something, like I think that would make it way more interesting, and that would probably fit a bit better with the higher defense part. Like I just like the defense being that flat and that little of a number to me is just like, what's the point of it, right? It really fiddles with the balance of Talent 2. Talent 1 I think you did a good job on though. So for the overall kit itself, or for the overall balance of it, I think the balance is fine with most of the thing being that I think for the most part you're probably going to be running S3 with like occasional S2 because like for the most like unless you really need that extra block. So no Syracusa. No Syracusa Lissot. Down. Down Lissot. So I'm gonna give overall balance, I'm gonna give it like a 1 point. I'll give it like a 1.8 as well. As for the kit, I think the kit is pretty nifty. With what you're trying to do, like yes, there's gonna be I have a couple of question marks with some of it, but as a whole, I think the kit is pretty nifty, and I think you did a pretty good job with how creative it is. So I will give Kit a 2. Because I think you did a good job in making something creative for an arts guard. Again, there's some quibbles that I have with like, why is this like this and why is that like that? But as a whole, I think it was solid. So 7.1 from me. Alright, so... we have somehow made another tie, I think, with another flat 20. We have... the two Iberia folk are tied. I'm not sure how we managed to do that, but the two Iberia folk are now tied. Congrats, Iberia gang. You are unironically tied. I'm not sure if this was intentional, but
Surely it was intentional, right? Surely.
the Iberia folk are tied. Such is the way of Iberia, I guess. The Iberia gang. Alright. Alright. We ready to go on to the next OC, as I'm gonna clear out these scores right here.
Yep.
All the people are like, oh my god. Yeah, unfortunately, I think Blue is a little busy, so that's why we had to do a little bit of order swap-a-roni, but Blue's probably gonna see and be like, oh my god, you have to be kidding me. Alright. Snipes, you are up. We have another 6-star. This is a Blastcaster, so Ifrit will have a friend in the 6-star Blastcaster category.
Cool. Hopefully it's not absolutely garbage like the 2 5-stars that we got.
Corsair is trying his best.
Corsair is not that bad.
Corsair's fine, honestly. Aroma, we don't talk about Aroma.
I have not ran
Oh,
Aroma enough
wait.
to actually have an opinion.
Wait, this operator shares a birthday with me. And Sesa.
Ayo? We never make garbage on purpose. Unless, you've angered Lissot. He's about to defend Aroma's honor. Oh dear.
Aroma is fine. No, she's not.
Aroma is okay.
Passivity
I
also
would-
quite short, 155.
You know, I can take okay, but I'm putting okay below fine.
The boop scale of what is acceptable. Alrighty.
Maybe that's how I should make my tier list, is I should just make my own scale.
Your own scale. I've said time and time again this tier lists are very bad in the scale of Arknights because there's too many things to consider.
There are way too many things to consider.
You have to have way more context in order for any type of tier list to work. Anywho. We ready to go? Ready to go to the stats and whatnot? Get into the meat and potatoes of it.
Yes.
Stats. All right. Boop. Statman. Go.
Blastcaster, Ifrit, where are you?
That's about
My
it.
Ifrit does not have a module, but she is bot 6. Attack is on point, defense is on point, HP is also on point, res is res, yeah.
Red
We're good to
is
go
red.
here.
That is good. All right. Anything else to comment before we go on to the next one, which I think should be talents?
Ifrit has 5 more attack in exchange for 30 less HP.
Also, attack speed potential. Fascinating.
Oh, attack speed, okay.
Faster blast casting? Ayo. Right, what do we got for talents? Okay, I'm assuming this is chlorine then, with chloride-induced breakdown. If that's not chlorine, I'm gonna have some questions of why is now chloride involved in this.
Attack, steal, physical damage. Okay.
Tamimi?
Why are you making a blast caster that does physical damage?
Tamimi, is that
Just
you?
make your own archetype at this point.
Tamimi?
Well, it's only physical damage while the skill is active.
True.
To which I say, Tamimi? Tamimi, is that you? You're also doing corrosion now. Oh, okay, so you're doing corrosion, you're doing elemental. Everyone's working in elemental in some form with elements, huh? It's like a...
It says equal to 10% of the target's defense, which I don't know how I feel about that. Because that can also be very weak and very overpowered at the same time.
I'm assuming it's one of those things that scales better against angrier enemies, whereas against the mooks, you're probably just gonna kill them.
Yeah, this is something that I think that is an effect that is useful on a very low percentage of enemies.
Like, it's targeted at dealing with angry ones.
When I think of like super high defense, I think of like Red King in IS4 who has like 5,000 defense. And that means 4 attacks to proc elemental on it. Then you have an attack interval of like 3 point something.
Again, it's kind of like KOB, where like you're not KOB's just gonna end up killing enemies that don't have a lot of defense, because I'm assuming when most enemies don't have a lot of defense, they also don't have a lot of res, unless you're Sarkaz enemies, I think. But like for the most part, like you're not bringing out the KOB because like the enemy spider looked at you funny, right? Like you're bringing out KOB if you have something that has a bunch of defense and you really want that bastard to die. So it's like I'm okay with talent 1. I think it's an interesting take
although
on it.
It is sort of at odds with doing physical damage.
I will say the funny part is when you get a proc, you get minus 100 defense. So now you do 10 less corrosion. So I'm like,
If it was based on attack, like the operator's own attack, I'd be okay with it. Like 10% of the operator's attack or something.
Although it is only when skill is active, so you do have to activate skill to do the attack, to do the corrosion.
I mean that's the thing, right? I feel like the talent's really weak, is what I mean, right?
Well, I guess we'll have to see what the skills are and how talent 2 works. So talent 2 is it'll take more corrosion than affect res. Okay, am I stupid, or do we not have effect res in the game yet? Or are we talking about effective res?
This is a stat that enemies have in the stat layout, but no enemy in the game currently has more than 0 of the stat.
Okay, so right now, in current Arknights, that if the enemy takes any corrosion damage, they're gonna start taking more damage.
Oh, it's effective elemental res,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah, so to my understanding, that if they take any corrosion damage, then it's like, okay, well, they're gonna take more damage. Okay. So you basically have to get a skill proc on them, or have an extra source of corrosion to do the extra damage. Okay. If I'm understanding that correctly. Fellow judges agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
It's niche, but it's fine.
We do have a module, so ready to go to the module?
Yep.
Yeah.
Module, so this is the Ifrit mod where it's more distance, more number. And then talent 1 buff. So you get more attack speed. And then now it's 12% instead of 10%. And you get a pretty nice attack buff. Or attack stat buff. Determined to avoid the Virtuosa situation. Understandable. Alrighty. Do we want to go to skills?
Yep.
Yes. I was about to make a joke of, no, we should stay right here.
So S1, what do we got? So reminder that when all these skills are active, you now do physical damage. Just so we're aware. So S1's kind of a delayed hit. Okay. Delayed hit does not do any proc, so it's just like a standalone kind of extra hit. Okay. This one is very basic. S2 is 30-second duration though. S2 is you knock people out with you just knock people out with chlorine gas. Under 50% HP though. 1.5 seconds sleep, and he can attack sleeping enemies and ignores their fizz dodge. Okay, that actually can be pretty interesting if the enemy is affected by sleep though. And then
Sleep needs a win. I'm okay with it.
3 is 10. Oh wow, an S3 that is very cheap. 10 SP cost, offensive recovery. So it's okay. They not
30
cheap,
seconds.
but
Well, more like 29 seconds, but yeah, give or take 30 seconds.
it's a 50-second duration on S3. So pretty long duration. You are no longer blast casting it a line. You are just kabooming the entire area. So you attack them all with the green goo, and you're reducing their defense by 8 every second. Corrosion damage, burst. During corrosion damage, burst green goo permanently reduces defense by 25. Okay, so if you're corroded, so if you're going through the corroding, like while it's recovering, then it goes up to 25. Okay. So you can get up to, what is that? So 50-second duration, math. Like I need to remember how to math again.
Minus 400 by the end.
Okay,
More if they are in corrosion burst, but
okay. So if you hit it with a start, that's guaranteed 400. That's a good bit of defense shred. That's a good bit of defense reduction.
What is the fallout duration for corrosion damage?
I'm assuming it's the
I don't think it's
same as.
specified.
It said 10 seconds in talent 1.
Oh, did?
Gotcha.
Yeah, 10-second cooldown. So you can get 250 if you get the corrosion proc. You can actually get a good bit of defense reduction. And then that's gonna ramp up your S3 damage because you're doing Viz. So, okay.
Not bad. Not bad, not bad.
Any thoughts before we scoot on to the next one?
I like the range expansion. Very cool.
Very big range. I mean, if it's chlorine gas, it does go quite a lot of places. So,
I appreciate that you are taking a chemistry class based on the theming of these.
All right, ready to go on to the next slide?
Yep.
Cool.
Yes.
Here's where I put relation to theme this time. So one is for chlorine's ability to oxidize things and basically corrode things down. And then 2 is disrupting passivity and causing corrosion. Okay. Stress cracking, low boiling, so gaseous chlorine gas. And just, chloroform, yeah. Chloroform, if I remember right, chloroform is... What's chloroform actually made from? Now I'm kind of curious. Ignore the badoots. It's like, it has to be a chloride. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like 99% sure that chlorine is involved in chloroform. Alright. Are we ready to go on to lore?
I am ready.
Yep.
Alright. Go through the lore, and then, again, during this time snipes, let us know if you have a particular voice shenaniganry in mind. Because that would be great. And then let me know when you're ready to go to lore part 2.
Give me one moment. I lost myself in the sauce because a song entered my head, and I'm like, wait, stop, no. I'm trying to do something here.
You lost yourself in the music, the moment.
Kirsten mentioned, bring out your dog emotes.
Oh
Right.
dear.
I am good for the second part.
Alright, boop. Just let me know when you're good to go.
And this operator got around. First in Colombia, then a civil war.
Going all over the place.
Yeah. Alright, I'm good for part 2.
Alright, part 2. Oh,
My
it's modular.
understanding is that it's slightly out of chronological order, in that the Civil War happened before going to school in Colombia, and then after that going to Rhode Island.
Oh, true.
Alright, let's see. Oh, so this is module lore, I think? 'Cause the module is called Broken Glass, so this is like module lore that you get from the module. Alright. Blatant disregard of lab safety protocols.
Listen. Lab safety protocols are only there to protect those who have no idea what they're doing. Thorns and Passivity are professionals. They don't need those fancy smanchy protocols.
And then a 5-day stay in the hospital later.
Clearly, they forgot how to use the eye wash.
This is. I feel like the eye wash is part of the safety protocols.
Yup. Knowing how to use that is like one of the first things I learned in chem class. Like, alright, here's how you use this thing. Did y'all's chem classes have like one of those, just straight up have one of those showers built into the room? In case you need to like wash yourself down?
No.
I don't think there was a shower. There was one of those dedicated eye wash stations.
Yeah, we had one of those. I think mine also, like, in the corner just straight up had like a shower top in case you had to like rinse yourself all the way down. Like something spilled onto you or something.
There's no eye wash in the lab? Good.
Alright, ready to go to voice lines?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright. Voice lines. Alright, Snipes. Any exact thing, or are we gonna no direction for these? Alright. Who goes under the bus this time? Oop, you're spared because you did the last one.
Cool.
I can do these voice lines.
Go for it, Scammy.
What do I think of Rhode Island so far? It's nice not having to source my own lab equipment anymore. Or materials, or food, or... you guys actually take care of a lot of stuff, don't you? I look bad? Yeah, I'm just a little sick. I'll get over it, I'm sure. Can't be worse than when my arms were peeling off after that spill. Columbia was a lot better place for me than my home, but I never signed with a lab because I couldn't trust them to treat a Sarkaz properly. Not with how they treat the infected. You, though, Rhodes is different. Don't squirm too much and this'll only chew through your armor. Yeah, I had some mishaps early on when I was learning how to handle acids, but I made it. You don't have to keep holding my hand though, it tickles.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Alright, we ready to go to points then?
Yes.
Alright. 2 pointeronies. Who would like to kick us off here for points?
I'll start.
Go for it.
I think the lore is fine. It's okay. It's not amazing. It doesn't do anything for me personally, but it hits the bullet points. I'll give it a 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
As Wookie said earlier, I am whelmed. I think the cohesion and integration is great. I feel like the way the element is used in the skills and the talents is really nice. I was a little bit skeptical at first when I saw that skills make a blast caster do physical damage, but I was pleasantly surprised. So I'll give cohesion integration a 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
I think the balance is slightly underpowered. I do think the balance is good, but I do think it is slightly underpowered, and it just a little bit, right? So I'll give balance a 1.7.
Mm-hmm.
As for the kit, the kit's nice. It is different, but what do you call it? I like it. I'll give it a 1.7 as well.
Hey. 7.4 from Boo. Alright, Scummy, you want to go next, or do you want me to go next?
Yeah, I can go next.
Go for it.
Starting with lore, I'm broadly in agreement. I think the lore is serviceable and fine, but nothing particularly special. That said, bonus points for writing module text. I appreciate text being given in the format that it would be given in the game, and I appreciate writing that is not strictly just the narrative of what happened during this person's life, but actually introduces some, personal characterization. I don't think it's like super complex personal characterization, but I'm still a fan of seeing that. So I'll give lore a 1.9.
Mm-hmm.
Next, let's talk about cohesion and integration. I think this is very cohesive with respect to the theme, with respect to the theme of chlorine.
Mm-hmm.
You went into a lot of detail about why all the skills and talents make sense, and I broadly agree with those.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a very strong integration. I will give this 2.6 on integration.
Mm-hmm.
Next, let's talk about the kit design itself. I think that the kit is a little bit disjointed from itself, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So, Talent 1 and Talent 2 obviously work together with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
You deal corrosion damage, and because enemies have taken corrosion damage, you do bonus damage to them. Great, that works fine. Talent 1 does not do enough elemental damage to be functional against most enemies, especially with the amount of damage per hit that you do. I think the classic example of an enemy that's high defense is an enemy that has 2000 defense. This is higher than a lot of the machine tank enemies from chapter 11. This is a little bit lower than Patriot. It's a reasonably high defense. Against such an enemy, if it's a normal enemy, you need 5 autos in order to do 1 corrosion proc. If it's a boss enemy, then you need 10 auto to do a corrosion proc. To some extent, you don't really care about doing corrosion procs against these enemies, because even after taking corrosion damage once, they're still not enemies that you're going to want to use physical damage against. And, once you get the first corrosion proc off, that's, 2000 is a perfect breakpoint. After the first corrosion proc, it ends up taking longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that really can only happen if you're using skill 2, because both skill 1 and skill 3 give you enough bonus damage that you're pretty much just going to kill things before you apply a sufficient amount of corrosion to them to actually proc corrosion damage. And, I'm not really a fan of the way that skill 1 explicitly doesn't work with the module or the talent 1 on its bonus hit. I don't think that's something that necessarily needed to happen, and I think it would be nice to have a stronger, mechanical identity of the operator that's carried across all of the skills. Because here, the 3 skills all do kind of different things. Skill 1 just does a lot of damage. Skill 2 is, do the most corrosion damage, hit a lot of times. Puts enemy to sleep also in a way that is very similar to stuns in terms of how it actually plays out for the operator's kit. Skill 3 does a lot of damage, reduces defense. None of these skills, I feel, interacts with the talents in a way that makes particularly a lot of sense, even though I think all of the skills individually are interesting. I think this kit has a lot of individual elements that are cool. It just does not come together cohesively.
Hmm.
For this reason, I am going to give the kit I think a 1.5 is appropriate.
Like drum roll.
Alright, and then finally, the balance. I think this operator is reasonably balanced. This operator does a fairly large amount of damage on skill, and the skills have pretty good uptime. You know, skill 1 lets you hit for like 2.5k physical damage and then 3.7k or something like that for auto. But you know, it's on a blast caster, you're still checking defense. It's an expensive unit. I think that's the amount of damage that it would make sense to do if you're going to have this sort of kit that does physical damage. Obviously, skill 3 makes your attack stat really high, but I think the lack of anything that speeds up your attack interval sort of counterbalances it. And mostly what this operator is doing is damage. Aside from skill 2, which has a little bit of bonus utility on it. I think actually it's fairly well balanced, and it has a variety of different interesting effects and different reasons you might want to use skills. So I'm going to give this a 2.1 on balance.
Okay, so an 8.1 from Scotty. Alright. Let's start with lore. I will say for the most part for lore, I am whelmed. Like, it doesn't particularly do anything for me. But I do like the extra bit of personality that we got from the module lore, you know, especially just the blatant disregard of lab safety protocols. I like the extra little bit we got there. Otherwise, as a whole, it's like the similar thing that we've been seeing, right, with just research, more chance to do, like, you know, more chance to do some of these things. And it's like, okay, you know, it gets the job done. It doesn't particularly wrong me, so I'll give it like a 1.7. For the integration overall, I think with what you're trying to do with, like, you know, corrode and the defense down and everything, I think that is pretty nifty. I think the only skill for me, for cohesion-wise, that makes me go a little bit like, wait a minute, like, where does, like, the sleep kind of just doesn't fit as a whole into the kit. Of just, like, the sleep just kind of feels like it came out of nowhere. Right, everything else is like, okay, you're doing corrode, or you're doing extra ticks of corrode, you're doing defense shred, and then skill 2 is like, boom, sleep, and it's like, wait, where'd that come from, right? And this is more just as like a kit cohesion kind of thing. As for integration into the theme and into AK, I think that there's no problem there. I think you did a great job integrating the theme. So I will give you a 2.5 on overall integration, because whatever thing I'm going to take for kit cohesion, I'm going to take out of the actual kit section, which I will go to now. As a kit as a whole, I think the personal opinion is that I think conceptually doing the shred and the corrode is interesting. Talent 1 is very situational. Because for the most part, against things you're fighting, odds are, like, if they don't really have that much defense, you're probably just gonna kill them before the talent 1 does anything, right? And then the things that you need to proc it on, it's kind of still iffy on if you're able to proc that, like, on how quickly you're able to proc that, and if you're able to buy enough time to proc that for some of these situations, right? Talent 2 works in conjunction with Talent 1, but you need the Talent 1, so, like, basically the talents take a good bit of time to actually come into play. So it kind of throws the talent, like, the overall utility of the talents into whack a little bit, given how long it takes them to actually come into play. Yeah, I understand it, but, you know, we gotta judge it as is, right? Like, you don't, like, I think it could go a little bit faster compared to what we're getting right now, though. As for the skills, I think the skills are, you know, interesting in how you're trying to get them to work, and I think it actually works together, like, well enough. With the exception of skill 2 just being like, wait, like, what is the like, skill 2 just feels out of place. Like, I get, like, it works with the cohesion, with the integration of chlorine as a thing, of, like, chlorine, but in the overall scheme of the kit, it's like, the sleep just like, oh, it's like, alright, defense shred, you know, like, corrosion, corroding, and sleep. It's like, wait, sleep? Sleep, where does sleep come from? So, have that sleep coming in is like, I'm not really a big fan of that one coming in. It kind of throws everything out of whack. So, as a kid, I'll give it like a 1.6. As for balance, I think the balance is fine. Like, you have big attack, you're doing a lot of adventure, like you're doing the trade-off, right? Where like you have some utility, so you're trading a bit of damage for the utility. So overall I think it's fine. I think the balance is fine. I'll give balance like a 1 point. Like, give balance like a 1.7. I think it's fine. So I think that puts me at a 7.5 overall. So this puts you at a... Let me make sure I'm hitting my numbers correctly. 23. 23. Let me add you in. Let me add you in. That'll be a 23 points. For passivity. Which means I have a lot of moving to do. So in the meantime, whoever's the Quacker, get ready. Next up will be Pathlighter. Prepare thyselves. I like how we have like a pretty defined like pack of ops, and then the only one that's been kind of ahead has been Spipley's. With how the scores are breaking down so far. Alright, let me clear out some scores and we will get ready here. Quacker, what are you hunting? Quacker, you submitted to this. What are you hunting for? Or is it a working shelf?
Or they are surprised by your veracity.
Like, what are you? Oh. Yeah, we're actually making pretty good pace. We are surprisingly making good pace.
I don't believe you.
Hush you.
Okay.
Alright.
Where's the mute button?
Alright, let me double check. I'm just gonna double check my order just to make sure we're going correctly there. Gonna double check that. We should be good to go. Yep. Alright. Y'all ready?
No.
Alright, well, fair enough, Boop.
I'm ready.
Alright. Multi-target medic. Okay, this will be interesting. I do quite like the
Oh,
multi-target
oh
medics.
yes! Finally, we get another one. Oh, okay. I'm
Boop is
sitting up
awake
for
now.
this one. I literally sat up. Okay, let's go.
Boop's doing the gamer lead. He's like, he's locking in. All right, so yeah, we have.
Listen, I have a video on my YouTube channel. It's an hour long. It's just me looking at medics.
Oh my
okay. God. This was when Lumen came out, so it's a bit outdated.
Oh, yeah, that you're a good bit outdated. But again, 6-star multi-target medic, a Sancta multi-target medic. I don't think we have any Sancta medics, do we? Just running it off the top of my head on EN here. Also,
They would rather have guns, so.
Executor Alter is a medic if you only care about healing Executor or Alter.
You know, fair enough.
Just forgot to pin that, so I'm just gonna pin in the no CN spoilers. No one said anything. I'm just making sure I have that pinned. So I'm like, wait. Yeah, I was gonna say it's like,
when you deploy Exia, she increases the HP of allied units. That's like the
That counts, technically, right?
Some
Copium.
spiffly phalanx caster logic that I'm hearing right now. Alright, so only 6-star multi-target medic we have is Nightingale. Actually, I don't think we've gotten a multi-target medic in God knows how many years at this point.
We have like 4 or 5 still. It's very funny.
We have
because
like 4.
Listen, Paprika is an honorary multi-target medic.
No,
Came
she
to my
ain't.
mind.
No, she ain't.
Listen, I know she sucks, but she technically heals multiple targets.
Yeah, but she ain't healing them all the same amount, so no, she ain't.
Fair enough.
Because we have what? We have Perfumer, we have Tylo, we have Breeze, and we have Nightingale.
Nightingale.
We have 4 multi-target. We have not gotten a single multi-target medic since then.
And all of them are pretty good, except for arguably Breeze, because Breeze's
biggest problem is Telopsis exists.
no Breeze's biggest problem is the 600 cert cost.
That too, actually. That too.
Like,
How are
why
these stats
buy
looking?
Breeze when you can get like 9 chipped catalysts? You know.
These stats are higher attack than Nightingale, but lower HP, defense, and res.
Okay. So a little.
Wait,
little
zero res. Zero res is fine. Actually,
Yeah,
Sure.
Nightingale is the only one who has bonus res.
And that's kind of like her whole thing. Her whole shtick is granting res.
this is correct.
Alright, talents. Well,
I keep forgetting multi-target medics don't have res. I keep thinking they have like 5 res when they don't.
Something tells me the theme here is neon. I don't know. Something's telling me that the theme is neon. I can't quite put my finger on what it could be.
I think you're delusional. There's no way this is neon. We already had a neon operator.
Yeah, totally. We can't have 2.
Yeah, we can't
neon,
have 2
surely.
neon operators.
That's actually pretty
This
interesting,
is
though. Getting 20.
This is plagiarism. I will see you in my office after class.
Are we all professors
Alright.
now? But 24 ASPD is pretty.
I got my
neat.
doctorate at Boopadoop University. Okay.
So skill. Okay, so you get 20. So you heal faster. And then heals grant the neon effect for 6 seconds and can target full HP operators without neon. Okay, so if you don't have neon, it'll tag neon onto you. Interesting. That's the name of hell. Yeah, you actually just, you just keep getting Helliger's adopted daughter, just spawning like extra copies. Talent 2. Let's see what we got. So so conditional. Reduce the attacker's. Oh, so you have a better chance to dodge. Okay. So basically, whatever was the cause of them dropping below 60% HP, that cause, the cause of that now is a little bit blind. Okay. Okay. We good to move on to the next slide?
Yes, sir.
Righty. Alrighty. We have... so raise the threshold to 70%, and the enemies are 5% more blind.
It's about time we get dodge.
And
I
then...
mean, we had dodge before, but not to this scale.
Oh, you also get the extra tile of attack range, and then... You're basically rolling RNG to try to get the cooldown fast. Okay. It's pretty nifty, actually. Alright. Okay, ready to go on to... I think we have a second module. I do believe we have a second one. Let me know if y'all are ready to go on.
Yep.
Alright.
I am ready as well.
Cool. This is the hits more targets one. And this is the same attack speed. Okay, so you have 3 operators, you get 30. Okay, you get 30. You get more ASPD if you have more allies with full HP. Okay. I'm trying to think how often that'll actually proc, but questions for later. Alrighty. The X. No, jump. Default tile range doesn't have this extra tile sticking out. Default tile range is just the box. Tylo with mod gives you that extra little stick. Tylo skill ranges all of this. Just FYI. Alright. We ready to go on skills?
Yep.
Fire.
Yeah.
So we got offensive recovery. Okay. So now we get to see what this being tagged with neon does to you. Okay, so you activate the skill, manual activation. You only have to heal 5 times, assuming you're at 0 SP. And so you get a bigger heal by consuming the neon stack. As far as I know, it's only it's a yes or no. It's not, you can't stack like 15 neon or something. And they have sight. What does sight do? Okay. Multiple targets are healed area. It's the operator with the highest attack. Okay. Operator with highest attack when they're healed full HP has 6 seconds of being able to hit it basically fodder style invis targeting, but not invis reveal. If I'm understanding that correctly, and then you can also ignore their dodge. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Any thoughts on skill 1 before we go to skill 2?
I think it's cool.
A nifty medic, like util thing. Alright, so another offense. A lot of offensive. Okay, so this entire multi-target medic is offensive recovery. 14 SP cost offensive recovery. That's 14 heals, but you do have the increased attack speed. The conditional increased attack speed, so that is a thing. So you gain. Okay, so you absorb the neon, you get more attack per neon. You're granting okay, there's a lot of conditions that are floating around. Personal opinion right now from seeing all this, like, I'm not sure how much I'm not sure how much I like having a bunch of different conditions. Like an extra tag. There's about to be a Yu-Gi-Oh card with a number of extra effects we have to keep track of. But so operators that have that tag, the Warm Knight, give you like a perfumer-esque heals per second. I nearly unplugged my headphones. So you have dodge and enemies can miss more in surround tiles. Absorbing 6 neon gives you a bigger aura. Okay. Swear to God if there is a third tag. I was like, I swear to God if there's a third tag. There is now a third tag has hit this operator. 28 offensive recovery. That is a decently hefty offense. That's actually a pretty hefty offensive recovery cost. Okay, we have a global range. We have global range. Okay. They have 10%. Attack rate, all operated within attack range. So, basically all your ops have 10% attack as heal per second. If I'm reading that correctly. Because if your range goes global and all operators within attack range, that means just all operators restore 10% of this unit's attack as heals per second. And if they have the enlightenment, so if they're in the attack range and they have neon, they get 100% more, so they have, what is that, 20%? And then invis reveal. Now to trigger the double, so more dodge and enemy misses harder. Okay. Okay, biggest two gripes right now that I have is that if I'm using S3, why would I need S1 or 2? I guess maybe for faster skill cycling and uptime, but
S3 would be a bitch to charge, yeah.
Like maybe for
Plus, just like overall, it's also
a large number.
Plus, it's also like not that much healing when you think about it. It's 500% of their attack, assuming they have an enlightenment.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's 10%, which is increased to 20%.
Oh, true. They
and
stop
that's
healing.
over.
You actually heal less. When
Yeah,
this
off
skill
that
is
one.
active than when the skill is not active.
Okay, correction. So in that case, you really only want to use S2 then, like S2 or S1 for heals, like actual needing to heal then.
I mean, I can see S3 being useful. It's like a better perfumer.
Yeah,
in
it's basically
sense.
a better. Basically, S3, you're going like pseudo bard mode.
I think my issue with it is the offensive recovery part. The offensive recovery part is throwing off all of our calculations just a little bit,
28 SP is very expensive for that.
especially for a medic.
Because the way that this operator works, where they can heal targets that are at full HP a lot of the time, I think you can basically think of offensive SP as being, that
that's
SP
true.
cost
That's true, because you're just constantly healing.
times 2.5 or whatever.
Yeah, you are constantly healing, so it's actually not as bad because you can heal full HP targets. Just to tag Neon. Well, you full HP heal them until they all have Neon, and then you actually stop healing. Because I'm assuming you can only do that when you have. I'll go back to the talents here for a second.
Neon is only granted for 6 seconds, though. So
Oh, okay. So eventually, I guess it'll loop around if you have enough targets in range.
yeah.
The issue with that is that you would need multiple targets within range, and it would have to be more than 3 with one mod and more than 4 with one mod to constantly healing.
Mm-hmm. The more I'm looking at this, the more I feel like this is like some wonky mix of like Abjur and Medic to me. Like, yes, they're doing constant healing. It almost feels like you have a lot more util. Like, this Medic is like, okay, the S3 is like, you're actually not really healing that much. You're just doing a lot more util stuff.
Yeah, this doesn't really feel like a multi-target medic. This feels like an abjurer on paper. Assuming abjurers don't need sanctuary to be abjurers.
Yeah. Like, you're not really doing that many heals. You have one like targeted heal, and then afterwards it's like, okay, a lot of like, you're not really getting any big heals per se for a multi-target medic. Like, as much as I like to value util, it's like, okay, medics heal you, but like that's pretty fat util as is, right? Like, that's pretty fat util.
The thing about medics is that each medic, other than incantation medics, because I haven't really touched incantation medics, each medic brings their own thing to the table, unless it's just bigger healing, right? Like,
Alter big heals, big
yeah.
heals.
Like you could argue, like I can argue, and I will argue, is that every medic is useful. None of them are bad. Like, even Chestnut, or like I will defend Chestnut because that one situation where it's just like, oh, his S2 is going to be really useful. And honestly, his S1 is also really good.
I will continue to say that Chestnut is the equivalent of like reading the shampoo bottle when you're in the restroom because you don't have a better option. That is Chestnut for me. He has his use, but I will 9 times out of 10 have a better option.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I'm not saying that
he has
that's
his
not
use.
the case, but it's still like there
use.
could be that one.
Exactly.
And that's the thing, right? But I don't really see a point in taking this operator, right?
Like,
because each operator on their own also heals a decent amount, right?
Like,
Chestnut included.
Like, I guess the way that you're trying to damage bit here is with physical, like, you're trying to do the arts, like the accuracy reduction, or, have the enemies lose dodge, right? But then, like, basically to me, the problem with this operator at this point is just like, if you're doing invis, like, if your operators are just doing invis reveal, like, I can see the angle you're trying to go for with roll compression. On the other hand, I'm not particularly a fan of how much roll compression we're getting. And with this operator, it's like, if you're bringing this operator for like, oh, I could give, my Surtur invis reveal, it's like, okay, but it's not going to last that long. And at that point, wouldn't you just rather have like, okay, the problem with invis reveal is just like, wouldn't you just have a different op that could just give you invis reveal? Like, you have ops that give you more consistent invis reveal at way shorter cooldowns, or just without cooldown, right? So it's like, okay, if you're able to do that, then it's like, you're trying to mitigate with accuracy reduction. but you're not guaranteed to get the dodge, so you're just coping RNG dodge. Like, this feels like you're adding a... This to me feels like a bunch of RNG is being added, when I could just get more consistent usage from a medic that will guarantee heal you, right? It's like, oh, you take some damage, okay, I'm gonna heal you, because more often than not, enemies are not gonna one-shot your operator, right?
If I may, if we were to like remove the element from this, like remove the theme for a moment, I would say this operator has trouble having its own identity. Yeah, we have in this reveal, we have his arts dodge, we have all of that, but it's just like each skill basically almost does the same thing. It's just to varying degrees, right? And it's just like this is like why just like I feel like there could have been better ways to design this operator to do the things that it's trying to do
without being like
without losing its identity on of being Neon.
I feel like it's just like I'm reading through the kit and it's just like to me I'm just like, okay, well, I have this operator that would do a couple of these rules a lot better than this operator. Like, yeah, okay, maybe they don't get the dodge, but at that point it's like, okay, how much is the dodge actually worth, like having all of these things? Like, how much is it worth having all of it versus having a couple of it but way better, right? How much is it actually worth it? That's my big concern with the particular kit that I'm seeing. But anywho, we can any more thoughts before we go on to lore summary?
I might be repeating myself, but I said this during my medic video. Every medic needs to bring something to the table that's not healing, unless their healing is just insane, right? And I don't think this operator does that.
Any thoughts to add on the kit, Scummy, or would you like to save that for when you give points?
Yeah, I'll save that for points.
All right. Let's go on to lore then. Like, it feels like basically just the last thing I'll say is just like it's a lot of things being done for what I feel like is not a lot of impact. Is what the kit feels like there. All right, let's see, what do we got here? How does this work? All right, again, we're gonna read through, but we're not gonna read it aloud because it is a whole lot of things to read, and we're fiddling around trying to make sure we stay on time and always. But we are on pace right now, so that is always good. And as always, let me know when both of you are ready to go to the next slide. Look, we make adjustments to stay on pace, GG. We can do that.
Being on pace isn't real.
I am ready to go on the next page.
I am ready as well.
I need a bit more.
Take your time. Yeah, lots of reading.
Alright, I'm good to go.
Alrighty. Next page. Probably could have split that up a little bit better, but did you both make Sanctus Hyper? Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah? Alright, I'm ready to go to voice lines if you are. If y'all are. Quacker, also let us know if you have any particular ideas for the voice in mind. Belza, I heard that Scammy, you're ready to go to the next page, right?
Yep.
I'm ready as well.
Alrighty. Any particular ideas in mind for the voice, or are we just doing collective bus throwing again? Or bus throwing under bus? Because I'm going under bus.
Yes, you haven't read a voice. You haven't done a voice today.
Alright. Got this. Good one. Oh god, alright. Oh god, I gotta beat Onesan. Alright.
Everyone get your clippers ready.
Slap all of you. Greetings, Doctor. My name is Lux Spey. I've heard code names are a thing on Rhodes Island, so if I had to choose one, Pathlighter. Just something I thought of while remembering a certain person. Now, if you'd be so kind as to tell me about Rhode Island's medical endeavors, I must know what drives you to perform such a noble acts. Now that I'm here at Rhodes Island, it's more than what I've expected. To travel across Terra to save those in need, infected or not, and even a land's full of danger. Excuse me for indulging in such a naive fantasy. Such naivety is alright to have in a cruel world? You surely do have a unique outlook. Are you curious as to how my arts is flexible in both precision and size? Now let me show you, Doctor. It's a simple two-step process. First, I produce my arts with these particles that I can control. Then I activate them to emit a light that can mend wounds and ailments to an extent. But I still had to gain basic medical knowledge with books we had at the monastery. Can my arts be used to harm? It goes without saying, Doctor. Knowing what can be mended also means knowing what can be harmed. Doctor, who is the tall Liberi gentleman? A Heligar of Azazel. Might have butchered that pronunciation. I suppose it makes sense Rhodes Island as a group working in the medical field would work in tandem with another. He emits more the aura of a warrior over a doctor, though, but I'm mainly curious if my arts has done something to offend him. I'll speak with others from Azazel about the properties of my arts, but he seemed distraught when I called my particles neon. Personal history, is it? Then I know better than to pry into a man's tragic history. One day, though, I hope he is able to confide in someone of his volition. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about the monastery. Perhaps I'm just a little homesick. Arcano says that I seemed out of it when Whispering was treating me? Hildegard, when I find you. I suppose, like I've hoped for others, I must confide to someone myself. That someone now being you. Events leading up to my choice to join Rhodes Island has tested my faith in Laterano. Looking back now, made both him and that Liberi decide we're right. Who are we to believe our problems will solve themselves simply by relying on faith, especially blind faith, Doctor? Or especially blind faith. Doctor? I'd like to state that I did not beg to be accepted into Rhodes Island to spread word about the land and monastery. I have faith in Hildegard's solution. But I beg to be accepted to see what kind of people have the courage to choose to save everyone. Will you show me that courage, Doctor of Rhodes Island? This might take the cake for the longest voice lines we've had. Alright. Ready to hit points?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright. Would anyone like to lead us off?
I'm still formulating some thoughts.
Alright. I can lead us off if you are also formulating, Skami.
That sounds good.
Alright. I'll start with the lore. I think the lore is nifty. I think I can get a really good idea of her personality and what she's, what she wants to do. It's a little basic with the whole, like, okay, let's help everyone, but I can understand it with the way that the lore has been written. So I think the lore is solid. I'll give it a 1.8. I think it's solid lore. Let's see. For integration and cohesion, I think in terms of everything trying to work together, I think that's fine. My biggest gripe right now is the amount of keywords being thrown around. Like, they have this, they have that. It's like I mentioned when I was looking at this earlier, it's like it feels almost like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Like character description. I'm like, okay, here's like 17, here's like a bunch of different effects that you gotta keep track of, right? And like when they have this and this, and it's like, okay, well, hold on, I gotta keep track of who got what now, and then this does this one, and that does that. Like, it's not a big thing, but there are quite a lot of keywords to keep track of for, like, okay, do they have, like, are we gonna need a marker so that we know they have neon? Are we gonna need another one that they have warm light? Are they gonna need another one that they have enlightenment? That, like, it's a lot of things, right? So, like, putting that level of keyword into AK, I think it's a bit complex for what AK tries to be. So I'm not necessarily sure if that level of keywords going in would really apply per se, right? Like, to give you an example, like Redalt, she has a singular keyword, and that's her Cinder Mark, right? And it's just, you know, enemies who have that mark, they take more arts damage, and that's that, right? It's just a single keyword, though. This operator, you have Neon, you have Sight, you have Warm Light, you have Enlight. Like, it's a lot of keywords, and then you look at it, it's like, okay, I feel like this could have been done in a different way that didn't require this level of keyword, right? That's my first thing with the integration. Actually, probably really my only thing with, like, in terms of integrating it into AK. I think for the theme, you actually did a really good I think you did a pretty good job, because I'm assuming the theming with Neon is working around neon lighting, right? So it's like really, really bright neon lighting, so the enemy's like, oh god, I'm blind. So it's like, I think you actually did a really good job of integrating the element into your kit. I think the actual integration into AK, I have a couple question marks on. I think it's doable. It's just really complex in the way you're trying to get it done, where I feel like there'd be an easier way to go about this without having this level of keyword. So overall, I'll give the integration a 1.8. I think you did good, but with some question marks. For the kit itself, with what I saw, I was like, okay, you know, like having faster heals off skill is like, okay, so that's how you're trying to get the heals going, right? And like try to be able to target full health operators. Like, I can see what you're trying to go for there. And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I got to the skills, and I'm just like, this operator feels more like I'm not getting medic vibes out of this. Like, the kit feels like it has a whole lot of things going on, like a whole lot of utility and roll compression, but it doesn't do any of it particularly well in any way, right? Like, in the dodge, it's like there's a lot of emphasis on like, oh, you know, you got the dodge and the accuracy, but it's like that is a lot of RNG where it's like, if you get hit, right? If you get hit, then it's going to be harder for this operator to catch up and like heal the back if that dodge fails. Like if you fail the, you know, 60-40 or the 60-40, the 80-20, right? If you fail that RNG check, you just end up getting hit harder and you can't recover as quickly, right? And in that situation, it's like, okay, is the utility of that worth it? Like, are you able to kill the enemies quick enough in order to pull that off? Or are you just in a situation where I'm just like, no, I'd just rather have a medic that could heal bigger. Like, I just rather have a Tylo where my operators get their SP faster, and I'll just bring a different operator for, like, Invis Reveal or something, right? Like, if that dodge fails, like, you're just kind of in a hole with this operator. You're just not going to get the raw heal, because you're not getting as much of a heal boost of like, an attack on, except, like, S1, right? And that's even that's conditional. So, it's like, to me, it's very conditional with everything that you're trying to get done. Like, oh, if the operator has this, you know, if they're able to dodge, then yeah, that's great. But if they don't dodge, aren't you just shafted, right? Like, wouldn't I just want a medic that can just heal it directly, right? So to me, it's like, it's a lot of things, but it's not focused at all. It's just like I'm looking at this like, why would I bring this operator? Like, for what purpose would I want to bring this operator into my squad, right? Who would I replace to put this operator in? And I have a lot of questions around that. As for creativity, I think, you know, you're trying to add a bunch of like different ways medic can get utility. I think you did a good job of that. But again, I feel the character and the kit is lacking in identity. So for that, I'm going to give it like a 1.3. I just don't see, like, for me, I just don't see situations, at least personally, that I would want this operator over a different case. Balance wise, I'm like, well, like, I'm not sure how to balance this operator because of the way that they just lack their own identity, right? It's like, you know, if you're hitting every single RNG check, it's like, man, this medic is great because you're hitting, you know, you're taking no damage. If you fail the RNG check, it's like, why the hell am I taking this operator over a Nightingale or over a Telopsis or over a different medic, right? Like, with the value that they're trying to bring. Right? So it's like, that's the dilemma that I'm put in, where you can have the highest highs if RNG goes in your favor, and the really low if RNG does not go in your favor. So the balance just feels weak to me. It feels weak, and it feels very conditional, where I can get better value, more consistent value from other medics. So I will give balance a 1 point. I think it's just hard to balance, so I will just give you a baseline of a 1.5. So that'll give me a 6.4 overall. Alright, who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Go for it.
One moment. Where did it go? I am in the wrong place.
SMH.
I'm gonna start with lore.
Uh-huh.
I think the lore is okay. It's not amazing. I feel like there's a lot more of references rather than actual lore for the character. The voice lines are fine, but in like the archive file, I feel like there just wasn't that much. I'll give lore 1.4. It's just missing a little bit for in my opinion. For the cohesion integration, I think the cohesion and integration works. I think the concept that you've done with the element and with the way the skills work is good. I think it does fit into the game. As for how the skills sort of interact with each other with the talent, I think it could use a little bit of work, but I'll give it a 1.8. As for the balance, I think this operator's balance is very wacky and it's very weak, right? Because other than healing, you're not guaranteed that much, right? And I would rather be guaranteed the utility over the healing, right? Because that's what we're kind of looking for in a medic other than healing, right? Because if you're bringing a medic just for healing, it's just like any medic can do that, right? So what's the utility? And that utility is just not guaranteed in 2 of the 3 skills, right? And so I just feel like the balance is just very weak. So I'll give balance a 1. For the kit, I do like the kit. I do think the kit is nice in concept, but the execution was not amazing. So I'll give kit a 1.5.
Okay, so it's a 5.7 from Boop. Alright, Scammy.
Alright, let's start with the lore. I'm gonna digress a little bit. I thought the lore was pretty good. It definitely is referential to other stuff that's happened with, the Landed Monastery meeting Rhodes Island operators who invite you to Rhodes Island and the discussion of Vanderwayne, but I don't think excessively so. I think we still get a good idea of this character's personality, and I also really appreciate that there is a character arc in this lore summary and not just sort of a static character, going from being insistent on solving problems entirely diplomatically to eventually using to fend off bandits and using the firearm, that sort of thing. So I'm going to give lore 2 points. I think it's pretty good. Next, let's talk about integration. I'm very behind the general idea of how this operator incorporates Neon as like a guiding light sort of thing that heals people and, reveals invisibility and also allows allies to dodge, a blinding light type thing. I think that all makes sense. It's less clear to me, like, why this operator is really themed around Neon. I don't think there's anything unique to this operator that requires it to be Neon specifically. I think this could be an operator that is themed around light and not around the specific expression of Neon that is neon lights. That said, it's a pretty decent theme. It's a pretty compelling theme. It's one that makes a lot of sense for a medic based on how healing arts have been represented in Arknights. So I'm going to give that a 1.8 for integration. Next, let's talk about the kit. So there are some things about the kit that I like a lot, and there are some things that I don't like as much. I think Talent 1 makes a lot of sense. It's a way to be able to proc effects that trigger when healing on units that are at full health, which is great. That sort of solves a problem that medics can potentially have when they're in situations that aren't ideal for them. It solidifies the identity as someone who wants to keep people at full health. And I think the way this interacts with like skill 1 is kind of interesting. You're trying to get people healed to full health. You consume neon to get bonuses. Like, it's a reactive heal that you can use on people that you've pre-healed. And if they are at close to full health, then you can grant them this buff. Very, very neat. The other skills, it's less clear to me they interact in an interesting way, and I'm not sure about talent 2 either. Leaving aside, like, the nitpick, that's like, oh yeah, the first module doesn't work because dodging attacks are different than enemies missing attacks, but that's, basically irrelevant. But there is a lot of text in these effects that is creating limitations on the situations in which these abilities can be useful, and then the abilities are not so strong as to require these limitations, right? Your talent is when operators take damage and they're at low HP and this ability is off cooldown, you get to reduce physical and arcs accuracy occasionally on a cooldown for one enemy. I don't think it's unreasonable for a medic to be able to do this sort of thing like all the time. It could literally just be allies within range have 25% dodge. That saves you a bunch of tech space, it saves a bunch of complexity in terms of when the effect can go off, and it's a little bit stronger, but this effect itself is not so overwhelmingly strong that it needs to be locked behind this many restrictions. I feel somewhat similarly about skill 2 and skill 3. Like, you're giving a small amount of dodge and a really, really small heal over time. This does not need to be something that requires consuming buffs off of a bunch of units. This is not something that requires you to, for instance, stop attacking and reduce the amount of healing you're doing on S3. This is leaning a little bit into the balance situation, but I think it's sort of important when talking about the kit, because really the kit has a lot of complexity. Boop and Wookie talked about this somewhat, where you have a bunch of keywords and each of the keywords does a specific thing. And these keywords do not necessarily need to be here. You could just explain what the skills do without giving these keywords. And the reward for interacting with this complexity is, I think, insufficient to justify the complexity. So, for that reason, I'm going to give the kit 1.1.
Mm-hmm.
And then next, balance. I think this operator is very weak. Multi-target medic skills in general are quite good. We have examples like Telopsis, like Telopsis skill 2, obviously very strong. Nightingale skill 3, obviously very strong. Even stuff like Perfumer skill 2, Nightingale skill 1, you get a lot of extra healing throughput just by using these skills. The only benefit this operator really gets passively is the bonus attack speed from talent 1, the accuracy reduction from talent 2. Their skills do not actually improve their healing. Skill 2, or almost not at all. Skill 1, not so much. Skill 1 gives you real healing, even though it's not very much healing. Skill 2, 5% of attack as HP per second is tiny. As a multi-target medic, you get to heal for about 35% of your HP as attack per second, just from, doing heals. So when you activate skill 2, you get this bonus heal over time that functionally is doing about as much as like a 30% attack up. And you get the dodge, that's kind of nice, but I don't think it compares even that well to like skill 1 of other multi-target medics. Same thing with skill 3, yeah, it's cool, it's a global heal, it's like a stronger version of what Perfumer can do, but Perfumer still get to heal people who are in her range, and it's a really small amount of healing. Even for people in your range, it is less healing than you would normally get. And I don't think the utility that's offered is sufficiently strong to compensate for this. I think it's just quite weak overall. So I'm going to give the balance 1.2.
So 6.1 from Skami. I think overall, Quacker, like for this one, I think the biggest thing I would advise for, future ones, like based on what I saw from this one, is I think you all in a little bit too much on like, hey, here's this like gimmick for this operator. It's like a little less focus on the gimmick and more just overall raw impact on the game, as opposed to like, hey, here's this cool thing they can do. It's like, at the end of the day, you gotta have enough impact to justify.
The thing about the constant the tags, you don't need that. You could just have it work around Neon.
Like it just, to me, just feels like you don't, again, it's a lot of like it was a lot of complexity for not a whole lot of reward.
This is a criticism I have a lot of the time, and maybe the other judges don't agree with this, but you can just make operators that do powerful things. You don't have to lock them behind a lot of complexity. And if you are locking things behind a lot of complexity, you should make them really strong. That you should be really enthusiastic to get these bonuses.
Yeah, it's like I know
5% of attack per second is not a bonus that I'm super enthusiastic to get. A bonus that I'm super enthusiastic to get is like, I don't know, Ine's Shadow Sentinel. 30% slow invis reveal on everything in range. A bonus that I'm super happy to jump through hoops to get is like, guard Amiya's true damage on skill. You have to kill a bunch of enemies and you get this massive damage skill.
I think Sado Inez is like wildly broken, but
Yeah, but if you have to jump through it, but the reason she's broken is because you have to jump through literally 0 hoops to get Shadow Sentinel. You get that all the time from the beginning of the stage for free if you want it.
But like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I jumped through a hoop or two to get that level of, constant on the field presence.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just, I know Boop and I mentioned that, like, you don't want, like, being overpowered is a little more spook, but at the same time, it's like, don't let that scare you from, like, trying to, because basically at the end of the day, if you're presenting operators to us, like, the overall thing is still, would we want to bring this operator into like a, would we want to bring this operator in, right? Do I want this operator? And that's just something to consider, right?
There's also a big difference between being overpowered and being powerful, right? And of course, like, the state of the game also, like, changes this, right? I think there was a lot of operators from year 1 and year 2 that were like, wow, this is super overpowered, and now they're just like, oh, they exist, Like, I think a big example... Yeah, like, I think a big example is Chalter, right? Like, Chalter is still really powerful, it's just like, I just don't see anyone bring her anywhere anymore, because it's just like, there are other options that are even more overpowered,
Basically, the thing with Chalter right now is that she's still strong, but the thing is for Chalter is that she's really friggin' expensive when cheaper units can do similar amounts of damage. That's basically her biggest drawback at this point. But anywho, overall balanced philosophy talk aside, our next operator is Pigment. And okay, so we back-to-back neoned it. We have another neon. Well, let's see what neon. Well, hold on. Are you talking like luminescent paint, like glowing paint? But wait, hold on now. Reality, if you're here, just some like, wait. Paint is fluorescent. Last I checked, we don't use neon in paint. If a fellow judge can correct me on that, that would be appreciated. But I was like, I'm not sure how much neon is used in paint. Especially if you're talking about glowing paint.
Is our best friend. Is neon used in paint? Neon it refers to fluorescent pigments used in paints. That is the AI overview, so I don't trust it.
Yeah, but
I guess
It is my understanding that like elemental neon is not used in paints, but I could be wrong about that. Not something
'Cause-
I have expertise in.
If we're talking about neon paint in terms of like fluorescent paint, that is not neon. That is
According to jestpaint.com, neon paints, also referred as fluorescent or UVE, are paints that glow under black light. Some of them will also have a strong glow under regular light.
yeah, but that doesn't use the element neon though.
I
That's the
don't
thing.
think so.
That doesn't. That's fluorescence. Fluorescence is a whole different thing than neon, bud. So I'm like, I don't know. The neon and paint. I have my concerns on that. Yeah, neon is not used in quote unquote neon paint because it is
What
the element
elements
neon.
Neon paint.
Anywho, I'll have stats brought up. This is a 5-star artilleryman. She is a Pythia from Siesta, so Snick. Yeah, no, paint does not use neon, bud. Fluorescent paint, like blacklight paint, that doesn't use neon. That uses like, it's usually like fluorescent, or apparently they use phosphors. And I'm like, that's not neon. Neon is used in lighting. You're thinking of neon lighting, where they actually use like neon gas. Yeah, like neon is used in neon lighting. That's sort of like the actual element.
Phosphor is a super general term, right?
Yeah. Like, I'm not sure if it's necessarily phosphorus, but yeah, no, neon is not used in paint, bud. Ruh-roh.
According to the Wikipedia page for neon, it does not say anything about paint, but they are used in vacuum tubes.
That is very much not paint.
That is not paint. I
Yeah,
agree.
when they're talking about vacuum tubes, they're talking about, like, if you think of the neon sign, that's it's a vacuum tube.
Yeah. Like, neon glows, but not as paint, bud. Ruh-roh. I think we have a little bit of another ruh-roh moment.
We may or may not have an N/A for this.
No, I don't.
No, we're
I
not
think
gonna
everything
NA.
is like strongly thematic. That's okay.
I just think you're gonna get pretty harshly bonked on integration for not doing your research. But anywho, it's 5-star artilleryman, so stat comparison would be like, actually Sessa.
Yeah, I think he's slightly higher HP than Meteorite. Otherwise, pretty similar stats.
Look at the talent. Again, only one talent. So, okay, so kind of like Totter, where you're able to attack invisible enemies. Attacking invisible enemy inflict my. Okay, artillerymen do AoE, so I'm assuming the way this works is everyone that gets hit by it has the minus 10% or minus 12% for 2 seconds. That's the way I'm going to interpret it. And that it doesn't only just affect the invisible enemy, because that just logically doesn't track in my mind. Agree or disagree, fellow judges?
My interpretation of this would be that its attacks can splash and hit enemies that are invisible, even without directly targeting them, and that the defense reduction would apply to invisible enemies that are hit by attacks.
Okay, so
Not
only
that
invisible
you
enemies.
Yeah, as opposed to like the concept where you do a special attack if an invisible enemy is like the highest priority target in your range, and that special attacks inflicts minus defense. I think that makes less sense to me based on how this is worded.
Also, I would like to add this does not prioritize invisible enemies, so
Yeah, although for an AoE unit, that's not something you necessarily need
kind of
to
don't
do.
need to worry about it. Hit the closest 100. Alrighty. I do believe we have a module. We do. So now they also get hit with slow. And minus 20% defense for 3 seconds. So you get, what is that, 8% more defense reduction for 1 more second, and they get slowed. 3 seconds slow. What's that? Is that a permaslow? That is a permaslow.
That's a strong module.
That is a perma-slow.
Very strong module. Then again, there's a lot of modules that are strong.
Yeah, that do be true.
Though inflicting minus 20% defense permanently is kind of a...
No,
You
that's
know.
for 3 seconds. It says for 3 seconds.
Yeah, and the attack interval is 2.8 seconds.
Oh yeah. I mean, while it's in your range, that's not unreasonable, I think. I mean, we
Yeah.
have like
far
Meteor.
crazier
we have
numbers.
Meteor,
I mean, Meteor is also only single target, though.
That's true, but I think most of the things that let you capitalize on reduced defense are single target.
I think we'll
Or
also
that
need to
let
look
you
at skills,
capitalize
though.
really effectively. Yeah, let's see.
We'll look at skills and see how that works, how this works around. I see the return of the neon tag for a different purpose this time around. So I'm assuming it's Mark 5 enemies in range. They take more damage. Okay, so it's a vis reveal on enemies marked with it.
But only for 3 seconds.
It's 5 SP costs, offensive recovery, so it's a... With that attack speed, it can be a decently long... It actually isn't... It's actually a not too short of a cooldown. Especially if you have the module factored in where they're perma-slowed. So you can actually get the skill 1 going pretty often. I think I'm okay with it. Personal opinion. Like,
Skill 1 is fine.
then
Skill 2 feels underpowered.
65 fizz damage per second for 5.
Which is
that doesn't
like-
do anything.
It does literally nothing.
Minus
Because it would be
40%.
reduced by defense.
Also, minus 40% move. Minus 40% movement speed. You're affected by slow. I think those two do stack though, right? Slow and movement
Yeah,
speed
they do
reduction.
stack.
But at that point, it's like you're affected by 80%. Because slow is 80% movement speed. So if you have a... And then you have the 40%. So it's like you're not really slowing them by that much. And it's also gone in 5 seconds. I'm here just like, what is the point of Seal 2?
Yeah. This is also one of my pet peeves about designs is physical damage DOTs.
It does nothing.
It's okay for arts damage to not tell you how frequently something ticks, even though it is sort of relevant now because Logos cares how fast art damage ticks. But physical damage, it really matters whether it ticks like once per second or like 5 times per second. Because of how often it checks defense. And I would rather just stay away from that sort of thing in general. Obviously, in this case, it doesn't really matter because either way, you will be doing splash or scratch damage to basically anything.
Physical, I mean, if the defense value is high enough, you are really not doing a whole lot. Like, especially with that number, like, because if I remember defense right, it reduces the amount of damage they take just 1-to-1, right? It's not percentage based or anything.
Yeah, it's just 1-to-1.
So if the enemy has like 66 defense, you're taking what's the min damage? It's like what, 5% min damage or something, right?
5% is minimum damage, yes.
Yeah, so if an enemy has 66%, like 66 defense, it is 3 per second. Well, this actually does say 65 per second. Like you are literally doing nothing. Like, it actually does nothing. Yappe.
Ethan S1 finally has a contender for being the most useless skill in terms of damage.
But Ethan S1 does more damage than this skill, and it is not physical damage also.
This
Ethan
is true. It's actually useful too.
Hey, Ethan S1 did a good job in getting you through whatchamacallit. Getting you through Invitation to Wine.
Yeah, but that's because of the mechanic, not because of the damage.
Oh, I know, but you know, you're getting ticks off of it. Like that, Ethan actually helped out there, and that was a passive. if I remember it right, for Ethan S1. Yeah,
Ethan
that's a
S1
passive.
is passive.
This ain't even a passive. You have to wait 15 seconds to do this. This is like worse than Ethan S1 by so many different levels right now. So it's like, huh. Alright, let's go on to the lore summary. Let's see what... That is a lot of siblings. That is...
10 other siblings.
That is
okay.
a lot of siblings.
Okay. The Roosevelt household was busy.
They got... Like, boy... It's a lot of kids. Paint store. They're have to do odd jobs. And then okay. We ready to go on to voice lines?
Yeah.
Alright. Does anybody... Alright, who we throwing under the bus for voice lines? I don't think I see any particular suggestions. Yeah, if you got any specifics, let us know. Otherwise, we're gonna commence bus throwing again, as I like to call it now.
I'm not reading this.
Alright, I'll do it. You must be the doctor. Hi there, you may call me Pigment, the new teacher for the children here at Rhodes Island. Sorry for being late. I was tending to Guppy. Who's Guppy? Oh, he's my pet. While I was traveling around looking for some inspiration, I went to Iberia and found him on the coast. He got this bony look all over his limbs, and I can't help but gawk at how beautiful and majestic he looks. Although I didn't exactly intend to adopt him as my pet, I just feed him some of my snacks and continue on my journey. After a while, I found him following me and something to the point of near being killed. I mean, just look at him. Do you think he's dangerous? Oh, don't worry about it. I'm trained to be a proper pet to the best of my ability. Oh, Doctor, be careful. Oh, now the paint is all over the floor. It's back to making some paint. Oh, your sleep. Where'd that blanket Amiya said she had? Where'd she put that? So, Doctor, can I ask you, do you have any available rooms I can borrow? Why do I need it? It's for the paint I'm gonna make. Uncle Bruce has been teaching me and my siblings on how to make paint, and you'd be surprised at how dangerous making paint is. Especially something the likes of using something like lead. Bring a lead-based paint back? Oh dear. Alright. We're ready to do points?
Yes.
Alright. Who would like to lead us off?
I can start.
Alright.
Lore's okay. It's not anything special. I'll give it a 1.5. It's just it has well demeaned me, you know. Integration is fine other than the fact that neon isn't used in paint. So I'll give it a 1. For the balance, this operator is really weak. Like the talent is like all of the power, and that's with the module, right?
Mm.
But I will give the balance a 1 simply because of how atrocious that skill 2 is.
So another 1? Just double check?
Yeah.
Okay.
And for the kit, I think the kit's okay actually. I like the kit a lot in terms of like what it's doing. It feels like we have another meteorite. So I'll give the kit a 1.8.
Alright. So 5.3 from Boop. Scum, you want to go next or you want me to go next? I am cool with either.
I can go next.
Go for it.
Yeah. I feel very similarly to Boop. So let me go through everything. I agree. I was whelmed by the lore. I think it was fine, but not particularly exciting. It's very reminiscent of a lot of characters that we have already, to some extent Golden Glow, to some extent Bright Fida, even to some extent Tequila. I mean, it's an archetype that works. I'm not upset about it, but it doesn't excite me that much. So I'll give that a 1.5. For cohesion and integration, obviously, we have the discussion at the start. Neon and paint is not related to elemental neon. I'm not sure exactly how to evaluate that. I'm just going to mark it down by like half a point and then talk about the rest. I think this kit, talking about it in terms of the theme of like neon paint, does a pretty good job. You know, I like the idea of a supportive marksman sniper or not marksman sniper, artilleryman sniper, AoE sniper, whatever it's called. I like the idea of a supportive AoE sniper that is paint themed and is throwing paint on enemies, and I like the variety of negative effects that you have for paint, reducing defense, doing bonus damage, revealing invisibility. I think those all make a lot of sense. So I think normally give that a 1.9, but I'm going to reduce it to a 1.4 because of that elemental neon thing. So I'm choosing to take that into account. Next, the kit itself. I think the kit itself is pretty good. Ignoring numbers for now, I like being able to attack invisible enemies. Slowing invisible enemies is a little bit awkward with the way this character is set up, because you'll slow them out of your range. Like if there's a front-running enemy that isn't invisible, the invisible enemies will all end up behind the enemy that you're actually hitting. That's not ideal. I think Skill 1 is an interesting supportive effect. I think Skill 2 is, you know, an interesting enough effect. It's very much sort of the sort of thing we've seen before with like Jia-Yun's Skill 2, basically. But I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I think the theming is fresh, and like the actual effects that actually happen are pretty fresh. So I'll give the kit a 1.8. And then balance. Like Boop said, I think this operator is very, very weak. Basically, all of their strength comes from their ability to slow invisible enemies permanently. But even that is like kind of conditional, because if you have non-invisible enemies in your range, they don't get slowed and will eat all of your attacks. Both of the skills you have do functionally nothing. You get a little bit of movement speed reduction, that's kind of nice. And you get an extremely short damage taken up. I mean, I suppose you could combo that with like burst skills. Like this would be an extremely niche thing that you could do. You know, if you're bursting like the ending 3 boss in IS4 or something. Just do a ton of damage during that 3-second window. But it's not really consistent. I don't think it really fits the average use case for this operator, where they're deployed consistently to do their thing. So I'm going to give the balance a 1. I think you could have made everything but the slow stronger, and you could have changed how the slow works in some way. It works against itself a little bit.
So a 5.7 from Skami. Alright. I'll lead off with the lore. The lore, again, I'll agree with my fellow judges. I was whelmed. Like, you basically hit the bare minimums and didn't go beyond that, but you hit it, right? So baseline score 1.5. Integration. I think that the operator would get integrated into Arknights, and you did well enough in working around what you were trying to work around as a cohesiveness, but you did kind of have that neon paint thing that we've kind of all went on, so I'm not gonna, just like triple down on it, because I mean, we're gonna take points off. Like, we already know we're taking points off, so it would have been a 1.8, but it's gonna be a 1.3 because of the theme just whiffing completely. As for the kit, I actually think conceptually the kit is interesting. Again, going for that support aspect and going for the more support aspect, going for a Visceral, like conceptually I like the idea. Again, numbers aside, like I'm not talking numbers right now, conceptually I think it's interesting. I think you were onto something just as an overall concept, so I'll give it like a 1.7. Balance. For all intents and purposes, like, I'm gonna be honest, skill 2, like, functionally doesn't exist with what it does. Like, I'm gonna be real, like, there was basically only one skill. Like, the operator is very underpowered. Like, number-wise, skill 2, I think, just needs complete rework. Like, basically all the power comes in the module, and that is it. So, I will just drop a 1 for balance, and give you a 5.5. I am just kind of threading it down the middle sometimes with how my scores ended up breaking down.
You know what the skill 2 reminds me of? The skill 2 reminds me of your stock standard skill 1 that no one ever uses.
I'd argue that it's a little worse because it just doesn't.
I mean, it
do
is worse,
anything.
but I mean, it is worse, but it does remind me of it.
Alright, so we have.
It's really similar to GAU Skill 2, it just does a lot less damage, and it also doesn't stop you from auto-attacking.
But that's what the contests are here for. It's learning experiences of picking things up here and there from your fellow competitors and the fellow judges. Which means now, I believe it means that Ambrisk is up. We'll see how the elements work, and have people done their research. Don't worry, the next couple of contests are going to be themeless. Don't worry, we went back to back on themes, so the next 2 will be themeless, so you guys are going to be free to cook whatever. Let me update the names. We have Mercury? My first thought is Mercury, because I think Mercury has been referred. Oh crap.
It's in their relation, so.
I was just looking at the name initially of just the operator name. So I was like, it has to be Mercury, right? Because. Alright. Another Arts Protector.
Let's go, Arts Protector.
Turtle. Colombian turtle.
Only 5'10", wow, what a shorty.
Be here like my 5'8" ass here just like, bruh. But
I didn't know you were a dwarf.
I'm sorry, that was uncalled for.
damn, it's like wow. Like 5'8" is a dwarf now? Wow, okay. Go.
Sorry.
Alright. The turtles are in. Wow. Ambrisk has done a better job than Arknights already by introducing a new turtle.
Listen, if I ever decide not to be a judge for one of these, I'm going to make a bat and classify it as LeBerry.
I think Zai might kill you for that alone.
That's fine. At this point, she killed me like 7 times over.
Understandable. Alright, what do we got stat-wise? Again, we don't really have a direct comparison because we don't, well, have a 6-star Arts Protector, so we're going to kind of have to work with what we got here.
Well, you just take a
We got like
quick look at
Shayla, we probably
Asbestos.
assess this, yeah, because she's the non-welfare one.
More
Yeah,
more
a lot.
HP, more all stats. You know.
Okay.
If we're talking about just level 80 pot 6, I think Asbestos has more stats. Asbestos has slightly more.
The trust bonus isn't included in these stats.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With trust modes, it's a good bit more.
Okay, yeah. Attack and defense is higher then.
Alright. See the talent and potentials. So what do we got? So we got... Okay, we have constructs. I'm assuming there's going to be some degree of summons. This is our second Mercury. I think we had a Mercury previously too, if I remember right. I think that was Blues that had Mercury with the memory loss and whatnot. Let's see, when they receive arts damage, they gain more... Oh, okay, they gain res from taking arts damage. So max of plus 20 res. For 5 seconds... The stacks get converted to 1 SP every second.
Amber, stop cooking so hard. I already love this talent one.
So I'm assuming if they take... So if they take damage, I'm assuming it just like resets the counter of gaining SP. Interesting. Interesting. We'll say being able to stack 10 SP a second is kind of fucking terrifying. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Just the hypothetical max is a little bit like, ooh.
I mean, it's
My
5 seconds of
interpretation
not.
was 1 stack turns into 1 SP every 1 second.
Oh, okay. I think I'm misinterpreting it then. It doesn't, like, it isn't a constant thing. It's just 1 stack gets turned into 1 SP, and then until you run out of stacks. If I'm understanding that correctly. I think I misinterpreted that because I read it. I was like, okay, you know, the stacks just get turned into perma 1 SP every second. I was like, oh.
They only get turned into SP if they stop taking damage.
Yeah, and it's get turned into singular SP, not SP regen. That's where my reading comprehension failed me. In which case, that's actually totally fine. I think that's actually really cool now.
It is really cool. Ambersk has been cooking.
You know, scared the piss out of me for a second there. And then second one is converts 33% of phys damage taken by construct to art set. Oh, you are crafty.
That's
okay, that
really
is...
cool. Damn it, Ambersk, you're cooking so hard.
Wait a
Is
minute.
the idea that the supply is before defense or after defense? Yeah, the same question as Timmy had.
It says physical damage taken, so it'd probably be after defense.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I would take this after because it's not because the taken part.
That is how I would interpret it, but I figured I might as well.
Yeah, so it is the actual damage you take.
And then it's reduced by res again. Oh, I love it.
That's some cookery. Okay, I'm liking these talents. You are basically technically, GG, the way it works is that you're taking the full, you're basically, hold on. Because if
you're taking 100 physical damage, 33% of that is now 33 arts, and then that's just reduced by res. And because because res is percentage, you're like, for example, if you have like the plus 20 res stacked already, you're taking 35% less of the 33.
You're basically very tanky.
Functionally, like a 10 or 11% damage reduction against physical. Assuming there's nothing else giving you res other than talent 1 and your base stats.
Basically, you are quite tanky, so I'm curious to see how this works from, I'm curious to see, like, if the skills kind of follow with that, or if we're gonna go like, wait a minute. We're gonna go past the summons for right now, because they are based on the skills, so we'll come back to those. I don't think we have a module.
I will also say, Asbestos has more arts damage reduction of like her skill 1, and so it just like it compounds with her res. And she becomes super tanky because of it. So I don't mind this talent 2 at all.
Let's see. So skills. What do we got here? What do we got here? More HP. That's extra thick, and that's taunt. Okay. Increase. Okay, so you're converting a lot more damage into arts damage, and you have an overcharge and an overload mechanic.
My question is, do you lose the res plus 100% in overload?
It's actually kind of a good question. I'm like, wait a minute.
What's overcharge? It's similar to Carnelian.
Yeah, Carnelian, where you overcharge the SP. It's basically like a second SP bar.
I think Fling Me knows this and is being pedantic about
I see.
overcharge versus charge is, or charged is technically what it's called.
Oh, charged effect, yeah. So if you okay, so okay, so overload. So basically, you lose that res. If I'm understanding that correctly, then right? It's a separate set of buffs, or does it? Is my English reading comprehension just failing me
Oh,
today?
oh, Amberisk is confirming that yes, the 100 percent res goes away
Okay.
during overload.
Okay, so basically overload overrides the standard. Okay. Okay. Phew. And you have bigger range. Okay, so you basically go from tanky mode to slappy mode. And if you go into charge effect, you immediately go into slappy mode as opposed to tanky mode. Okay. Alright, what do we got 2? So, okay, so 2 is when the summon comes into place. You actually lose 1 block. The duration is as long as the summon stays. No, it is not a... No, we're not going into the Phalanx Caster shenaniganry. Spirit of Spiffly lives on. Everywhere.
Phalanx casters don't exist. Change my mind. They're just defenders that do arts damage.
Well, this one is just an overload. Extra slappy. Skill remain until reactivated.
I'm assuming what happens is that, what do you call it? It just has block and res being 0. Wait, go back to skill 2 for a second?
Because I'm like,
Oh,
wait,
okay.
so are you just permanently in over? Because there's no, the duration ends when the figure, so I guess you just retreat it when you want to.
I mean, it has HP too.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be still attacked, right? Unless the summon has like things of like, oh, this can't be attacked by enemies when it's liquefied. Or
Sometimes when you hit overload, you can just have perma. I'm not sure how to feel about that. On the other hand, like hold on, let's look at the Mercurial figure first. Let's look at this. That's pretty tanky. That's pretty tanky. That's debatably scary tanky.
Well, if its block becomes 0 during overload, it literally can't attack anyone though.
Yeah, but then you're just constantly in overload mode, where you just do more damage. Like 260%. You just straight up just do more damage at the cost of 1 block out. Like there's no, like basically the figure isn't gonna die.
Yeah.
Basically means you have perma 260% until the figure dies, where the figure doesn't block anything, so enemies just walk through it. Right? It's only gonna die to ranged enemies or enemies that do like AoEs. Because, let's see, where is the deployable current within E2 Bard Ring? Okay, oh, it's deployable. Okay, so like, hypothetically, you can just put the figure behind you, and I'm not comfortable with, in terms of attacking blocked enemies to enemies within range. I am going to reject that because you have equal to block count. That's the biggest thing. You have equal to block count written here. And so far we have been taking things as written unless we need clarification. For this particular case, I am of the opinion that this is that because you have equal to block count, that if that turns to 0, then they just don't attack.
Here's the thing. Either way, it's strong,
like,
and it's like
if you use like Heidi on an AoE guard, they still hit 1 target. I'm pretty sure.
Can someone confirm that for me? If that's the case, then it's like, okay, I'll let that slide. Low key though, if they didn't attack, that'd probably help you out better versus if they did attack. Because if they did attack, that's just.
Let me open up Heart of Surging Flame really quickly.
Wait, that's actually something to consider now, because do AoE guards still attack then? Because Heidi reduces block by what, 3, right? On S1?
It's by 3, yes.
Yeah, so I guess do AoE guards still do anything?
I don't think defenders are kind of allowed to have giant attack modifiers. Because their base attack is so low. Like Liskarm gets a, what is it?
150%, I think.
I think it's 200% with mastery. It's a lot.
I haven't used Liscarm in ages, so I need to check.
Mine is less the mine is less the percentage, because I think the percentage is fine. Mine is more that it's just it's pseudo perma uptime.
It's not even that it's pseudo perma uptime. It's plus 260%, and it's arts damage. If it was fizz damage, it'd be fine. I'd be fine with it being plus 260%.
If we're talking about Liscarm's S2.
No, I'm talking about this operator.
Oh no, I was checking with Skami on Liscarm. Are you checking Liscarm S2? Liscarm S2. It's 200%. Arts damage to 4 enemies though, and you have a chance to stun, but it only lasts 20 seconds, and you take a 5-second stun after the skill ends. And you attack slower. As far as I can tell with this operator, it's your attack speed stays the same, and it's just perma uptime. You do lose 1 blockout, but that's basically my biggest thing isn't the attack percentage. I think that's fine. My biggest thing is just that if the figure doesn't die, right? If this doesn't die to blocking things and dying, and again, it's pretty tanky on res, right? If it doesn't die, then you can hypothetically just have this perma uptime.
Yeah, but I don't think that's especially unfair. Like, if all you do is arts damage and your range is terrible and the amount of arts damage you do is not excessive, I don't think it's unreasonable.
Yeah, overloads after 25 seconds, maybe. I see
Okay,
we're all suffering
AoE
from
guard-
reading comprehension today.
Also, I can confirm that if you use Heidi on, so if you reduce an AoE guard to 0 block, they will still hit 1 target.
They still okay, so
Yeah.
then it will still hit 1 target then. Okay.
Yeah, me as well. I just finished it because
So
loading times are long.
So damage goes up to 2419, so that's 2419 in arts damage with like attack plus 260, so you're hitting like what, 4 or 5k a pop? Because your attack is what, 672?
Yeah, it's around 700 times 3.6.
Yeah.
2,500 damage. The summon's doing
What if-
2,300 damage
Yeah, so
every 1.6 seconds. So yeah, if we're including the summon, that's a decent amount of damage.
it's like 5k. That's 5k at attack. That's 5k per attack. What's the summon's
It's
attack and roll?
3K
Same
per
speed.
second.
Sorry, what?
It's like 3k per second. It's like
Yeah, 3K per second.
3/4 of a Vivi on S3.
Yeah, it's like
But
almost
all the
5k
time.
attack. And you can also hit 2 enemies with skill 2. So you can hypothetically hit 3 enemies still. With the yeah, this is just, it's all, there's no splash though. Like, I think for the most part it's fine. It isn't, again, my whole thing is just like, the perma nature of it. Or the possible perma nature of it is a little like spooky to me. But that's just from like an overall design aspect, like personal opinion on design aspect. Because again, at the end of the day, it is an arts protector. Like they're not, their attack isn't that high, right? It's not a server that just goes, yeah, I stay here forever. That'd be terrifying.
Hold on, let me do some math.
In the meantime, are we good to go to skill 3?
Yes.
Cool. Just keep things moving. We're gonna have to look at another summon again. This is, okay, so it's another overload. Mercurial
Okay.
thickness, so that looks like it's a summon in the frontal 3 tiles.
So I did some math for skill 2.
Mhm.
I'm comparing it to Alpiana's skill 2 with a maxed out talent 2 at level 90. S2M3, it's 5,000 physical damage, hitting 3 enemies each, right? Of course, that's physical damage, and it's like the what, 70 SP cost, 70 SP cost. Yeah. So I think like the damage itself is fine. It's just the SP cost.
It's 25 SP, but then you have to wait 25. You have to wait 25 more seconds to get that extra damage. Because remember, you start with half that attack boost. So that is a thing. You do only have half that attack boost until you have Overload. But for S3, let's see, what do you get here? So you have, so it looks like, if I'm understanding correctly, you spawn 3 of these thickets. You can only block 1, but you can attack all enemies blocked by those thickets. And if they're defeated, you get, okay, so you can basically self-sustain thickets for if you're able to kill in time. And then I'm assuming additional here would mean that it's additional beyond the 3 initial ones, right? If I'm understanding that correctly.
I don't see what else it would mean.
Again, just making sure we're all on the same page. You have HP loss, and then you're 100% of... Okay, so basically when they walk through the thickets, they're taking 100% of Quicksilver attack as arts damage, and that's if the extra buffs go through. Okay. Gonna go to the summons here for the thicket. Huh. Wait, if the thicket doesn't attack... Oops, hold on, let me just check. What's the... Wait, why does a thicket have an attack stat if it doesn't attack then? And it doesn't do anything with that attack stat.
Everything has an attack stat.
Yeah, but this one is at 1210.
I think it's just to indicate the amount of attack that the summoner has.
Oh, okay, okay. Self-tile, okay. That's a decent chunk of HP. That's a decent chunk of HP. Over the mirrors. Oh, okay, okay. So it's just kind of like a easier way to look at like how much damage it would be doing if someone stepped on the thicket. Got it, got it. Clarification. I approve. Sorry, reading comprehension is failing me today.
SMH.
Hey, it's failing a lot of people today, ain't just me. And the 1 point... I've got a good bit of HP loss for each thicket in the battlefield. And you also don't get any more. But the thickets look like they just... They can still get shot.
Yeah, well, I think the greater limitation is just that you die if you spawn too many of them for too long.
Alright, alright, alright. Are we ready to go into lore?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Lore it is. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna read through. Again, turtle. Everybody here's like, woo, turtle!
Can we get some turtle emotes in chat?
Who even makes turtle emotes?
The turtle VTubers.
How many turtle VTubers are there even?
One that I know of.
It's more than I thought, actually.
Funnily enough, he's also the top female streamer on Twitch.
I see. Let me know when you guys are ready to go on the next page.
I
am ready.
Cool. Next page. I see. I like the running consistent theme of like element researchers, and I'm like, yeah, understandable. Alrighty. Let me know when we're ready to go on to voice lines.
I am ready.
I too am ready.
Alright, who's ready to voice Ezreal from League of Legends?
Oh, I don't even remember what Ezreal sounds like.
I don't either. I haven't played League in a very long time. Gonna be honest. Ambrose, do you have anyone in mind that you had to do the voicing? Make him sound proud and nerdy. Okay. Alright, who's got a good proud and nerdy, or who's gonna throw one of us under the bus to be proud and nerdy?
Oh, fuck it. Fine.
All right, go for it, Boop.
I will get under this bus.
Wiggle
Please.
the nerd glasses.
Please press the gas pedal as hard as you can.
All right.
I call it Metal Liquid. The name is still a work in progress, but ain't it great? See, you can control it using your hands with the originium inside used to store nerve information and sending it Huh? Oh, you're asleep. Ah, I bore you to death. My bad. Miss Franks, she was such a fine mentor. I remember our university had a partnership program with many of Columbia's biggest industries. That included Ryan Labs. We had a period of time where a director from each sector would come and teach us all about their respective disciplines and show us some neat little gadgets. My figures were an ode to the ones made by my Miss Franks. What an amazing mentor she was. Such a shame that the partnership program was so short-lived. What, huh? What do you mean, do you want to meet Miss Franks right now? She's here? On the land ship? The transmitter on my arm is directly linked to the metal liquid itself. While it may not seem apparent at first, there's tiny little devices inside each globule of metal liquid, capable of receiving and executing commands sent by this transmitter. And to make those commands, there's certain hand movements you need to make. Here, you can have a go at it. It's a lot easier to learn how it works when... Wait, Doctor, don't pick your nose with it! Whether it's to rescue people from collapsing buildings or fires, performing acute surgeries, or maybe even becoming the next biggest step in the advancement of technology, I hope the world could welcome Metal Liquid with open arms. Of course, that time would most likely still be quite a while away. Or maybe it's just a delusion that's been cultivating in my mind ever since... Regardless, thank you for putting trust in my work, Doctor. Just how far can research really take you? How much of someone's life can you truly change with just one thing? Could that one thing possibly change more lives than just one? I remember pondering those same questions back in my room in Whitemount, but I never really thought of a good answer for any of them. The future is hard to grasp. You can't fully prepare for something you've never experienced before, haven't you? Well, for Rhodes Island, I'm sure you found plenty of answers for those already, seeing just how many people here have devoted their lives to this humble little landship. Hopefully, by staying with Rhodes Island, I'll be one step closer to figuring it all out for myself too.
We've had nerdy excited Boop. Ready to do points?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Who would like to go first?
I can go first.
Go for it.
Let's start with lore.
Uh-huh.
I think the lore is well written, and I think you get a really good sense of the character from the voice lines that you wrote. You wrote a decent length of voice lines. It gives you a very good sense of character and personality, which I think is good because the lore summary doesn't give you a super firm sense other than, strong. Not strong, that's not the right word, but, a talented researcher.
Mm.
The lore summary is really more about the invention that he has than his personality himself. My main quibble with this is that this really, really sounds like Transmitter, the stuff that Dorothy invented, in terms of being controllable by people without strong conventional originium arts, being this shapeable metal solution, being able to store information, having these grand plans for how it will allow the creation of a bunch of tools and allow people to work much more safely from distances, that sort of thing. So I am mixed on that. I think this is well written. I think this is interesting. It just feels very similar to Dorothy, and I think it's more emphasized by the fact that you explicitly bring up Dorothy in the voice lines. Balancing all that, I think I am going to rate it a 1.7 for lore. Alright, next, let's go on to integration with the elemental theme. I think the main theme that this is trying to execute on is basically what you said, right? You shift between the offensive and defensive forms in the same way that Mercury shifts between a liquid and a solid. I think you do a good job at shifting between the more solidified defensive form and the more fluid attacking form. I think all of the skills represent this really well. I think the first talent in particular represents this really well as well. My uncertainty with this, and similar to the previous uncertainty, is that I don't think this is a thing that Mercury typically does. The freezing point of Mercury is like negative 40 Celsius around, is my recollection. So shifting between a liquid, yeah, that would be great. Shifting between a liquid and a solid is not really something that it does a lot of. There are some metals, like I'm trying to remember the one gallium compound that, you know, at reasonable temperatures will be both liquid or solid, but in most situations when you're interacting with mercury, like elemental mercury, not a mercury compound, it's going to be a liquid.
To be pedantic for a second, Mercury's freezing point is negative 38.83, but yeah, basically negative 40 Celsius.
Yeah, colder than people usually interact with it in either case. So it's usually a liquid. That being said, I think it's a really good execution of this theme of shifting between, you know, liquid and solid, even if that's not something that's super strongly associated with Mercury. Also, the obligatory thing I say, you know, liquid or solid is only one factor in Mercury. I would have loved to have seen other elements of it incorporated. I'm going to give this a 2 for integration. Next, let's talk about the kit. I think the kit is really good. Admittedly, there's a lot of complexity in it. You have skill 1 with an overload and an overcharge. I'm not sure the overcharge, you know, necessarily needed to be a thing. It's just an additional line of tech that you have the ability to use if you'd like. I think skill 2 is really interesting. I think there's some parts of the wording that I wasn't entirely clear with the throw shield to a deployable ground tile within an expanded range. It sort of sounds like it's something that's happens when you activate the skill as opposed to something when you deploy the unit, but you know, that's just a minor nitpick. I think the skill is really cool. And same thing with skill 3. Skill 3 is very neat. I love the concept of this sort of thicket spreading all over the map, and then it, you know, once it's done spreading, it turns into this damaging field. And, you know, you have this incentive to spread it a lot because you get more range and you get more attack, and you have a counter incentive to not spread it as far because you get HP drain that you'll have to compensate for. So I think that is all very cool. My one quibble with the kit is talent 2. I don't like talent 2. The main reason I don't like it is because it means this operator is ambivalent whether they get hit by physical or arts damage for the purpose of talent 1. Because every time you get hit, or either physical or arts damage, you will trigger talent 1 at exactly the same effectiveness. And I think that sort of lessens the anti-arts theme of this and of sort of arts defenders in general in a way that I think I would rather not have, even if it, you know, it's an interesting effect. Oh yeah, how is an arts defender going to deal with physical damage? Oh yeah, they just turn it into arts damage. I think that's a cool concept, but the effect that it has on talent 1 makes it a little bit less interesting to play with. Still, that's a minor factor. I still think the kit is quite good. I'm going to give it a 2.4. And then finally, balance. I think this operator is reasonably balanced, and maybe there will be some disagreement from the other judges on this, but I actually don't think the thing where you put the summon in front of you on skill 2, you leave it alive, you have a summon with 2000 attack, and you have yourself with 2500 attack, just forever. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's a powerful thing for an operator to be doing for sure, but not so powerful that it's not okay to do. Similarly with the Thickets. Thickets are a really strong effect. It's a very strong stalling effect. Once they turn into the form where they start doing damage to you, though, in order to maintain a stall, you have to have a lot of healing, and that is... And you have to be able to kill a lot of enemies to spread them very far. I think that's an interesting counterbalance, and I appreciate having a kit that offers a lot of very strong effects that are balanced in interesting ways. So I am going to give this a 2.5 for balance.
Comes out to an 8.6 for Skami overall. Alright. Boop, you want to go next or you want me to go next? I am cool with either. Boop, boop, boop. You're...
I'm here. I'm sorry. I forgot that I changed my Fugis so that the meme is no longer there.
You want to go next or you want me to go next? I'm cool with either.
I can go next. What do you call it? Yeah, I'll start with lore. I think the lore is fine. There's a lot of personality in the voice, which is great, but at the same time, it's still also like it feels like a stock standard personality. So I'll give lore a 1.8. What do you call it? Right. Cohesion. I like the cohesion. I think it's done very well. I think the integration of the element is great. I like the way the talents do I have issues with the talents and the skills, but that's more of a balance and kit thing. But I think the way they do work together is really, really nice. So I'll give it a 2.3. For balance, I do agree with the Skami that talent 2 shouldn't proc talent 1. That's something I didn't think of at the time. Like in concept, talent 2 is great, but in terms of like the balance of it, I just don't agree with that decision there. I do think skill 2 is fine. I think skill 3 is really cool as well. It has that self-balancing factor. It has a downside because, and I feel as if downsides are sparse in today's Arknights. Wait, yeah, I just think the balance is, other than like the talent 2 thing, I think the balance is fine, so I'll give balance a 1.8. For the kit, I like the kit. I like the kit a lot. It is very different while also being, familiar. Like it's very easy to get familiar with the kit. It is a little bit wordy, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Of course, a little bit of a cleanup here and there would be nice, but I really do think that the kit is really nice, and I'll give it a 2.2.
8.1 from the boop. Alright. My turn. We'll start off with lore as well, since it seems like we're all starting off with lore. I think the lore is a case of well written, if not generic. It's like, you had to have like the person. It's like, yeah, they got personality, but then you take a step back, you're like, okay, but the personality is, nerd that is excited, right? And it's like, okay, how often have we seen that already, right? So it's like, it's well written, but again, it's generic. So I'll give it like a 1.8. For the integration, I think in putting this into Arknights, I think this will fit well into Arknights, and the kit cohesion with what you're trying to work around, I think you did a good job in, making it work around what you're trying to make it work around. As for the incorporation of the theme, I do agree with Skami in that, it's a little bit shaky with like the whole like solid liquid part. It's a little bit shaky, but I do also, but I think you make up for that with like, you know, kind of the self damage and like the kind of the enemies taking like the self damage part, because that again, I'm not sure if this is intentional, but with the way I'm understanding it, it's just like, oh, you know, when people work with Mercury, they hurt, you know, they suffer health effects from Mercury, so it's like. It's kind of one part was a little iffy, but this part I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but that's the way I'm gonna see it, because that's what I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh, okay, this is pretty cool. So for Kit Cohesion, I'll give it a 2. For Kit, I think this is this is a cool kit. Like, this is unapologetically and arts, like, this is there is no doubt of like, okay, I know what I'm gonna use this for. Like, this is a very clear use, but it's a very fresh type of usage. Yeah, I really do like this kit. Like, I would like, you know, I always say like, would I want this operator? I'm like, yeah, I want this operator. Like, this is pretty cool, right? So I'll give the kit like a 2. I'll give the kit a 2.5, or the kit a 2.5. Balance, I will concede that skill 2 is actually fine after the comparison to Ulpianus. I will concede that it is fine, and I will practice what I preach in that, to not be scared of powerful operators, but not overpowered. Like, this isn't overpowered. It's strong, but it's not overpowered. And then S3, I like what you do with the balance on S3. I will agree with my fellow judges in that Talent 2 makes it way too easy to cheese Talent 1. Like, I'm like, Talent 1, I feel like is plenty strong enough on its own without needing to be cheesed. And Talent 2 cheesing the Talent 1 just kind of makes it a little too extreme in my for my liking. Otherwise, I like the direction you're going with. They are strong, but not overpowered. I do like that overall direction. For balance, though, I'll give it like a 2. I'll give it a 2.1. Actually, I'll give it a flat 2. 2.1. I'll give it a flat 2. Because I think the talent, again, just the talent, it makes it a little bit too, like, oh boy, like, you can just keep that going, and then, you know, getting more SP, it just makes the skills goes faster, and etc. SP battering is very scary, yada yada. I've beaten the SP battering scary horse many times. So an 8.3 from me. What will we get here? Do we have a new number 1, or are we just short of a new number 1? That comes out to 20. Wow, we really got 25 flat off that, huh? Not quite. Not quite a new number 1 yet. Very close, though. You are off by 0.2 of being the new number 1.
I don't understand how I'm like consistently the lowest scorer of the 3 of us.
We have Boop Cowell. Boop is now Simon Cowell.
Maybe I'm just scowling and I don't know it. Because I can't see my own face, you know?
But well done, well done. 25.0. I believe next up is Hyper. I'm doomed. Why do I look at chat and the first thing I see is just, I'm doomed.
Ambrose, every time you make an operator, it's just like, wow, this is really good. I want this in the game. I want to play with it. And then it's not in the game and I get sad.
I'm just saying, I gotta get Lowlight in on this. Someone get Lowlight in on this. Which one of you has like Lowlight as like your uncle or something? Get him in on this.
I can send an email to Hypergriff, see what happens.
Bet. Thank you for your suggestion. We will actually talk to this person about this. Wait, what? Wait, is your uncle Lowlight?
If your uncle is Lowlight, please tell him to get a Fire Emblem collab. I really want Fire Emblem to be in my favorite game. Thank you.
All right, so we have there's the Primal Caster.
Primal Casters don't exist.
Unfortunately for you, they do.
No.
But yeah, Primal Caster. That being said, our comparison is, I think, Diamante and Warmy here.
Both of who suck.
Yeah, because I think they can't proc their own elemental
No, they
shenanigans.
can't. I mean, Wormy can't. Diamante sort of can, but he has assistance because there are two others.
Warby is very head pattable. He's like little sister energy.
Listen, if you raise Wormy, it's an automatic win for your account. It's not a waste of resources.
Very
Wormy
head-
deserves it.
Very head pattable.
Well,
Another
also,
Lotterano
whenever
operator.
Wormy gets a skin, it's gonna be very hard to top the E2 already.
She has little sister energy. You just kind of want to just like take care of her. So we have a Sancta, 6-star primal caster from Laterano. It shouldn't surprise anyone that Sancta's from Laterano. But the theme is phosphorus. Apparently white and red phosphorus. So that should be interesting. Someone's bringing. It's like, all right. I'm assuming this is gonna be burn damage. I'm looking at white phosphorus. I'm like, wait, like that? Like, is white phosphorus a compound? It's like, no, right? It's just phosphorus, but it's just the way that phosphorus works together. If I remember right, for white phosphorus. Yeah, it's not a compound if I remember right. Yeah, it's just phosphorus arrangements. Alright, I'll let that slide. Alright. Stats, stats, we're just gonna have to, like... Again, same thing with 6-star Arch Protector, we're just gonna have to be like... In which case, I do think we're pretty much in line. Of, like, yeah, numbers are higher, as expected. But nothing that makes you go, huh? So... Alrighty. Ready to go to talents and potentials? Anything on the stats, or are we ready to scooch along?
I'm ready to see how this power creeps logos.
God, I hope that doesn't happen. That would scare me.
I hope it doesn't happen either. I said it so seriously. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
Fine. So when burn damage bursts in attack range... So you have more, so basically if an enemy is under burn damage burst, you have faster attack speed, and you can get up to 5 enemy, you can stack up to 5 attacks. Okay.
That feels kind of weak, actually.
At least I hope I'm understanding that correctly. And then 2 is... so 2 is you are proccing enemies with burn, or with a burn knot. Elemental... Okay, that's elemental knot.
You take 100 burn damage every second? Holy okay.
That's a little scary now.
Oh, that's 10 seconds. Okay, hold on. Let me bring up Virtuosa really
Wait.
quick. Because
How long does that last? Because I'm looking
it
at this, I'm
doesn't
like...
say. Okay, you're getting points knocked off for not specifying duration.
As far as I can tell, that's
I'm
unlimited
pretty certain. Yeah, I think it's just unlimited duration until
until procs. I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
Okay,
I'm gonna be
so
honest.
Virtuosa is 10% within her range. She has 548 attack at max, but then her talent 2 is 22% more.
Yeah,
So what,
basically,
55, 22% of that is 11, so 66 X per second. So this is stronger than Virtuosa talent 2.
Oh, the concern.
Oh no.
Basically, it goes until
Jesus
it bursts.
Christ.
Basically,
And here's the thing too. Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
it's not the disappear when burst. That's not the part that the part that I'm concerned about is that you're guaranteed a proc unless they go into the blue box.
Yeah.
That's the concern. It's not the that's what I meant by damage per second. It's that does it guarantee you a burn proc? And the answer here is yes, it guarantees you a burn proc. And that to me is like, okay, let's see how it goes.
Not only that, the burn damage burst is just 50% more effective. That's 12,000 because of the Ember Just after 10 seconds for
You do have to be in range,
a
though.
regular enemy.
They do have to be in range, though. So, I'm assuming instead of by
yeah.
phosphorus attack range, I'm assuming you meant Seraph's attack range, but they do have to be in range to have it be 1.5 times more
I
effective.
mean, that wouldn't be that hard to make happen, though.
It's not, but I'm just clarifying that it is in range. It's not just anywhere. You guys won't like this balancing. That's fair. You did warn us.
I
see
really
how it
was
goes.
joking when I said I can't wait to see how this power creeps Logos. I really was joking, I swear.
A lot of the strength of Logos is that Logos does like
I know.
5,000 DPS.
It's more that Logos just kills everything.
This is definitely not 5,000 DPS.
No.
Not yet, at least.
I think it depends on, for me, it depends on what the skills do. And, like, how that'll balance around with the talents. You won't like the S3. Okay. Well,
okay.
we've been warned. You ready to go on to skills?
Yes.
I don't think there's module. No
Actually, as a day one player, as a day one Knights player, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
To be fair, Boop, as a day one Knights player, you probably hate everything that came out in the past year plus.
I do hate everything that came out in the past year plus. I also hate modules. Modules make me wanna do some things that I won't say on stream.
Grandpa Boop just can't get with the times, SMH.
What do you mean can't get with the times? I have like all these module blocks sitting here and I can't use them because they're not allowed in my niche and it sucks, alright?
Grandpa Boop not getting with the times. Anyhow. So we got additional 50% attack. That is a lot of burn. Okay, what is it with Sancta operators from Lotterado in this particular contest having some form of arts damage reduction? Or not arts damage, some kind of enemy accuracy reduction. What is...
Well, they're burning the eyes and there's gonna be smoke, so
Well, no,
it's just like...
Well, if it's
okay.
white phosphorus acts as smoke. I mean, the military uses white phosphorus both to burn out buildings and as smoke, so it's like the smoky effect of it. Trigger burn dam. Hold on. Hold on. If I'm understanding this correctly, if they have an ember, you insta-burst them.
And the SP cost is 5? Oh my god.
And it's auto recovery.
And it's 2 charges. Oh boy.
How long will it cool down for the burn?
10 seconds. Wow, wait, hold on. You can wait 10 seconds, proc it twice, and then by the time the burn is off cooldown, you have it back! No! Wait! No! Wait! Not like this!
I'm a little...
No!
Flaming said what I was gonna say, which is Dios mío.
No! Not like this. Oh my god.
I'm not sure how I feel
No.
about this one. I'm gonna be honest. It kind of scares me. Anyhow, anything to add, Scott? You see my... Well, at least you warned us.
I mean, probably, I think. I mean, all of the strength in this skill and talent combination is that you get to burst operators or burst burn and do whatever 13,000 damage off of cooldown, which is very strong. It's not entirely unlike Virtuosa, but to be honest, although Virtuosa does less damage and over a greater period of time. But you know, I'm happy moving on and talking about this during scoring.
Skill 2. Okay, so it's a kind of like Mountain where you switch between what mode you're in. You're either an OG state or you have longer attack interval. Oh, you take burn damage now if you get hit with it. 40% attacks against enemy with Ember now deal AoE arts damage.
Which then apply Ember.
If the enemy doesn't burn damage burst, deal more element to that burn. A lot of Ember. The embers are spreading. It's quite a lot of ember. It is a slower attack. You're like, this turns you into like pseudo AoE caster.
Why is this not a ritualist? Why is this a primal caster? I don't see why this is a primal caster.
Also, attack interval. Hold on. I think I might have accidentally left off attack interval because I was looking through.
Oh,
that's that explains why I was also
Wait.
something's missing from here. Hold on.
Wait, wait. This is hold on. This is a switching state with an attack expansion. Holy shit, dude! Jesus, it's not. Listen. With Weeder in the game, and all the other taunt ups in the game, this operator's not getting hit.
Yeah. You have it does put your attack interval up to 2.6 seconds, which
is not terrible. AoE casters have a attack interval of 2.7 seconds with
2.9.
less range. No,
2.9.
It's 2.9. No, it's worse. No,
so you basically just turn into an AoE caster and you spread ember everywhere.
no, not like. I'm having a breakdown. I'll be right back. I need coffee after this one.
Mild concerned. Skill 1, mild concern. Skill 2, mild concern.
I actually don't think I mind skill 2 that much. It's definitely quite good, but
I think skill 2 is less scary than skill 1, if I'm being honest. Because
yeah, it is still fundamentally doing mostly. I have quibbles, but mostly the thing that primal casters are supposed to be doing.
like skill 2, it leans more towards like strong but acceptable range for me. Like it's closer to that than skill 1 is. Shall we go to skill 3?
Yep, let's do it.
Why are we hearing don't look at the S3? Why does... I see infinite duration. Okay, so ammo, 50 SP. Oh yeah, what's the SP cost? Oh yeah, that's just 10 SP because you just turned to AoE caster mode, but better. Marks target within range. Oh, so it's kind of like Typhon Mark. Talent 2 now triggers on marked target. Hold on, let me check that. Oh, so you get the extra elemental thing regardless of where they are, because or talent 2 will trigger on them regardless. Okay, so it's like Typhon, where you're hitting them outside of range, outside of your standard attack range. It basically just changes your attack range. Targets under. Oh, we're adding elemental fragility. Does not stack. Does not Oh, so the ammo only gets used to when they're under burst effect damage. That's
Actually, I don't think I mind the skill that much, to be honest.
So you're attacking normally with boosted attack, but the attack boost actually isn't that much. It's only 150%. Like the attack boost actually really isn't that much. 20% of attack is burned, but you're also marking them with Ember, but you're only hitting one target with it. 200% attack is elemental damage, and then... How long does that elemental fragility last? I'm assuming it lasts until the skill ends, from what I can tell. So it lasts until the skill ends. They're dealing 200% as true with an extra 20% damage boost because it's elemental damage. Like, just double checking this, just like numbers and shenanigans.
And the way it works when a target is defeated, that it will retarget an enemy that's in your range, or will it end the skill and give you the SP refund?
Mark effect resets when target is defeated. So I'm assuming that, to me, to my understanding, is it ends the skill if you kill them, because you get an SP refund for a remaining amount of ammo.
All right, I'm back. I have coffee and
Oh,
a slice of
retargets, never
bread.
mind.
It refunds if you manually deactivate, I assume.
Okay.
Okay.
Isn't doing 200% attack as that's like, what is that, 1200?
It's
Or
like 3,000 damage.
yeah.
Or 3,600 or something.
That's really not that much, actually. I mean, it's true, but like, doesn't monster slap harder than that? Granted, he has to be blocking.
Just that one attack does less damage than monster, yeah. But
It does. I mean, you can keep hitting though. Oh, the 150%. Yeah.
I am not missing that.
Yeah,
It's
Skami is.
700 base attack, doubled 1400 times 1.5, roughly 3,500 ballpark.
I will say that. Oh wait, no, yeah, it does work the same way. You're doing. Sorry. What was the number against Skami? Like around 3K?
Yeah, 3.6k around.
So 3.6K.
3.6k on the super auto. 2.5k on the, or not 2.5k. Half of that, 1.8k on normal autos.
Yeah. So basically, you're getting. So like the ammo itself is what, 15-ish K if I'm doing my quick math correctly. 15, like
yes,
maybe more.
but I don't think it makes sense to think about the skill really in terms of like the
ammo
total damage over the skill duration. It just is like how much DPS does it do. And a lot of the DPS that it's doing is because it procs a burn efficiently, but not as efficiently on the other skills. Other than proccing burn really well, it's actually not an overwhelming amount of damage, I would say.
I think most of your damage is coming off of the burn. Most of your damage coming off the burn proc as opposed to autos, I think, right?
Yeah, every burn proc is like 13,000 damage, roughly.
Yeah, you're gonna get the 1.5 times burst.
Your super auto does, 3.6k plus the 20% elemental fragile for the next burn proc and the next super auto. And then your normal autos are just doing like 1.8k, and then you proc, every 15 seconds or whatever it takes you. It depends on whether it's a boss or not. Maybe like 6 autos.
I'm not think it's actually more fine. Like
you get most of the burn damage on enemies that are in your range anyways if you just use one of your other skills.
Yeah.
And that kills most enemies.
Yeah.
This is unironically like a good skill too.
It's like, honestly, like, you guys were scared about skill 3. S3 is actually, like, kind of fine. Like, honestly, like, this is actually fine. I think. Like, it's, it's a caster. You're supposed to have them do a bunch of, like, damage. Like, this to me is in the strong but arguably fine category, funnily enough. Like, I think the one that scared me the most was unironically skill 1, which is a bit of a twist in how we usually grade them, but bonkers. Are we ready to move on to lore?
Yep.
Alright. Let's see, what do we got here? What do we got here? Let's see. Let me know when you guys are ready to go on the next page.
I am ready.
I am ready as well.
Cool. Let's see. So we have some archive files to do now. Nice. Also, let us know in advance right now if any voice line, like if there's anyone in particular you want us to do for voices, or like any particular style of voice. Just let us know in advance. I'm ready to go for voice lines. If y'all are.
I'm ready to go as well.
I am also ready.
Cool. Older voice. Hyper, are you asking for another One-san voice? Because I'm getting One-san vibes from this character.
Well, we know who we're throwing under the bus for this.
Yeah, alright. Alright. Gonna dive in front of this one, alright. Assistant. Not sure if I could be as helpful as I still have my messenger work, but I'll bring back gifts whenever I get back. Nice to meet you, Doctor. My name's Camilla. A code name? Then I will go with Seraph. But please call me Camilla, as I'm more comfortable with it. Doctor! Wake up. I bought some snacks for you. Alright, ready to go to points?
I am ready.
I am ready as well.
Alright. Does anybody wish to go first?
I can go first.
Alright.
Let's start with lore. I think the lore is fine to pretty good. You know, I think the backstory is a little bit generic to some extent, and we don't get a lot of her personality out of the voice lines that you've given. But I appreciate the archive file talking about, you know, her arts a little bit, and not just about, you know, the personal narrative she has about basically, you know, having a traumatic youth and then being adopted, and then being kind to children thereafter. So I will give 1.6 for lore. Next, let's talk about theme integration. Or not, whatever. Periodic table theme. I think the periodic table theme is emphasized somewhat. It's kind of similar to the comment I gave about the neon cure. This really feels like an operator that is themed around fire and not an operator that is themed around phosphorus. Admittedly, like, a significant thing that phosphorus is used for is starting fires in various capacities, but I don't think anything necessarily would change if you said, oh, this is an operator that's themed around the concept of fire, as opposed to this is an operator that's themed around the element of phosphorus. That said, I think the fire theme comes through very well. I like the variety of effects you have representative of burn damage. I like the tracking effect. I like the explosion on enemies that already have the ember on them. Those are both I think pretty thematic effects that are not really things that we currently have in Arknights. So, I mean, we have the tracking effect, but not quite the same as this. So I think those are cool. Taking the caveat I had in mind earlier into account, I'll give it a 1.8. Next, let's talk about the kit. I actually think the kit is mostly pretty solid. There's just a couple of, like, big misses. The first big miss... Well, let's start about the things that I like first. I think both talents make sense. You know, gaining stacks when, you know, you do the thing that you want to do, which is proccing statuses in this operator's range, makes a lot of sense. And having and for talent 2, you know, just making enemies take a lot of extra burn damage is, I think, a totally reasonable thing for a primal caster talent to do, and that seems mostly fine to me. I think the second and third skills conceptually make a lot of sense. You know, sort of the archetype we have of a primal caster skill is you get bonus damage in some capacity. You get even more bonus damage, and that bonus damage is elemental damage if the target is under the effect of burst. And you do some amount of elemental damage if the target is not, or some amount of, I guess they're both called elemental damage, but you help proc burst if the target is not under burst, but not super efficiently. I think skill 2 conceptually does this well. The little bit of extra AoE is a cool bonus rider for this. And I think skill 3 does this well too. I don't think it's a problem to have a big lock on, and I don't think the damage or anything is too exceptionally high. I think the big misses are, 1, all of the burn damage that you have is flat amounts of burn damage based on your attack and not based on the amount of damage that you're actually dealing. This is a pretty strong design thing in the game as it exists so far. The only operators that get to do flat amounts of elemental damage are Ritualists. Ritualists get to do elemental damage irrespective of whether the target has high resistance or anything. Or, like Primal Casters get to do elemental damage directly to the health bar against enemies that have already had it bursted. For this operator, all of the ways they have of doing burn damage are flat amounts of burn damage. Skill 1 is 50% of attack, skill 2 is 40% of attack, skill 3 is 20% of attack, the talent is 100 per second. Firstly, I think 100% per second is kind of a bit high, probably. But also, secondly, I really would like that value to scale based on the resistance of the target. I would like it to be based on the damage you deal and not based on the damage that you are attempting to apply. That's sort of the dividing line between Ritualists and Primal Casters. And so you should be firmly on the Primal Caster side of that. And I think those numbers are also just too high. Ritualists and Primal Casters, again, Ritualists should be better at proccing statuses than Primal Casters. You should want to have a Ritualist in order to help proc your status. That's, kind of the basic A-B combo. It's okay if you aren't just like totally useless on your own in terms of proccing status, but it shouldn't be something where you're getting it basically for free. Skill 3, you get it in 5 or 10 seconds. Skill 2, you get it in, 4 autos or whatever. Skill 1 does infinite burn damage, and in fact this one is not very future-proofed in the sense that, even if fully proccing a burn bar right now is fine, in the future we might have enemies that have elemental resistance, and fully proccing a burn bar of something with like 95 elemental resist is not an effect that I think we want to have in the game at this point in time, before we know more about how elemental resistance is going to be used. So, keeping all that in mind, I think the kit has a lot of interesting ideas and is overall fairly good, but there are some really big misses that I think hurt it a lot. Taking all that into account, I think I'm going to give the kit a 1.6. And then balance. So there are a couple of things that I was nervous about before, right? Skill 1 instantly procs burn, and you basically get to use it on everything that's in your range. It's a very strong effect. It's a lot of burn damage. It's instant 13,000 damage. But as I said before, Virtuoso Skill 1 sort of is similar to this. It's not quite identical. This is definitely stronger than Virtuoso Skill 1. And for this operator, you also get to leave Ember on stuff for burn bursts once they're out of their range, even if you don't get them all the way. So I think that is probably a bit strong. I think Ember is a bit strong. I think Skill 1 is a bit strong. As stuff is designed currently, the efficiency with which you proc burn on Skill 2 especially, less so Skill 3, but also Skill 3, I think is a bit frequent. Other than that, though, I don't think the damage is, exceptionally high. Skill 3, I think, is a totally appropriate skill. I think you even could add more to it if you wanted. Make the special elemental burst that you get once per ammo AoE or something. If that's something you want to do for theme ideas. Or, Skill 2, I think, is basically fine as is. Again, pending this, it does too much elemental damage. That being said, Skill 1 is a big deal. The talent is a big deal. The talent is active on everything you do. So I'm gonna give the balance a 1.3, I think.
A 6.3 for Skami. I'll go after Skami. We'll start with the lore. I think, again, with a lot of the lore, it's like, the backstory is a little more generic, but however, I do say, I like that in the lore, you can, I got more I got more ideas of the personality from the lore as well with the story, beyond, just the voice lines, so I do actually like what you did there, so I'll give your lore overall 1.8. As for the integration, I think that, you had a very clear view of getting the burning aspect of Phosphorus in, and like I do agree with Scummy. It's like, okay, well, having more aspects would have gotten you more points, but you did hit that aspect, and for the kit integration, everything as a whole, you definitely had an idea that you were going for. So that, standoff on its own, I think you did a solid job in getting your like an overall cohesion, getting it into art, like, seeing it go into Arknights. Like, these are all things that could happen in Arknights, not necessarily things that I would want them to happen in this current state, but, I see no problems in integrating this into AK, as well as, like, the overall idea of what this kit is trying to do, as well as the integration of the theme. Again, I think, there are points definitely left on the table for more aspects of Phosphorus, right? But I think you did fine for the theme, so I'll give the theme a 1 point. I'll give it another 1.8. For the kit itself, I mean, it's definitely, you got to make the fresh. You're making a 6-star primal caster, right? So, it is fresh. It's something that we definitely haven't seen. Basically, my big concerns with the overall kit, the feel of it, is that it is way too easy to proc the elemental burn. That is my biggest concern on this, and I will touch on that again in the balance section. Like, it's really just talent 2 and skill 1 that give me like the big like wee woo sirens, where I'm just like. But for the kit as a whole, I think it's nifty with what you're trying to do. Like, I think that I don't think it's as far out there as, our initial reactions may have been. I think with adjustment, I could easily see this. Like, I could see this going into the game with adjustments, obviously, right? Like, as mentioned, as Scotty has mentioned, like, there are some pretty big red flags, but there are things that I think you did in a pretty interesting way for the kit. So I'll give the kit a 1 point. I think I'll give this kit a 1.5. Just like a flat, like, it balanced out with the things that I liked and the things I didn't like. Balance. We'll get the good stuff for the balance out of the way. Like, if you're not taking... If talent 2 wasn't as crazy, I think skill 2 I'd be more okay with skill 2. Right now, it's on the very strong, leading into a little bit spook territory, but not into the spook territory. 3, I think, is actually fine. Like, unironic, I think 3 is fine. Like, most of the problems that I have with 3, like, basically, a lot of the problems that I have just stem back to talent 2, with the exception of skill 1. Skill 1 is just kind of like, okay, so you're just proccing, like, elemental damage non-stop. And that's a little bit like, huh. And also to follow back on what Scotty said about, ritualists should be the proccers, and the primal caster are the ones that are capitalizing on it, right? But when you have someone that, can proc it this easily, it's a little bit, it's kind of spooked, right? So basically most of my point bonkenings, right, will come from the talent 2 and the skill 1. Skill 2 is a little bit on the scarier side, but it's not as scary as skill 1 is. And again, it really just comes down to that talent 2 being like, that is just a lot of burn. Again, it's just really easy for this ritualist to cap, or for this primal caster to proc the burst, and that's where most of my concerns like come in. So I will give balance a 1.2. So 6.3, I think. Oh, we actually hit the same score, Scotty. All right, Boop, your turn.
All right. I'm gonna start with lore. I think the lore is basic. It hits all the bullet points, but that's about it. So I'll give it a 1.5. For the cohesion and integration, I kind of feel the same way. It just overall just feels basic. So 1.5. For the kit, because I feel as if I need to bounce into kit first. I just feel as if this is a very basic kit, right? You do arts damage, you proc burn. That's about it, right? And is it new? Technically, yes, but it's not really interesting. So I'll give it a 1.5. As for the balance is definitely really out there. Skill 3 is like the best balanced skill out of the 3 skills. Talent 2 with the constant burn ticking is a bit much. I really would rather it either scale with attack, as Kami said, and based off of like it has to be reduced by res or something like that, right? I think talent 1 is fine. Skill 1 is way too powerful. Skill 2 is definitely out there as well. I'll give balance a 1.
So 5.5 from Boop. No, we were not all getting the same score. Boop is doing the Simon Cowell impression. So it's an 18.1 overall. Basically, honestly, like this would have been a lot more okay, I think, if the burn wasn't proc as quickly. Like that really is, I think, what all of our gripes came down to be. Or at least some of our gripes. Like personally, it's like I think if the burn didn't proc as crazily, I think it would have been more interesting. But it is what it is, as we like to say. I like how, with all the points we give, we somehow still end up with tie scores. Despite all our attempts to avoid tied scores. It's just like, nope, more tied scores. Alright, last one of the night. We have made actually really good pace tonight. Good job, everyone.
Can
Good
I
job,
go to
team.
sleep before 4 a.m. today? Oh, let's go.
Possibly? Alright,
Possibly.
last one will be Lesot. It's a 5-star, and we do send it up.
Alright, Lasat, get in here before I decide to come to your house and force you to sit down in front of the TV. And I'll make you watch the 1980s TMNT reruns for 5 years.
Oddly specific, but yeah, Lesot might not be able to make it.
Sad.
Yeah, I think they're
SMH, minus 10 points.
wow. We got Boop Cowl here. So we have a what do we have here? We have a 5-star Trapmaster.
We have an octopus. Okay, great. We know where this is going.
Down, Boop, down. 14 years, okay.
At least I'm not drunk. I do have alcohol in the house.
Please don't drink.
Maybe
Please don't.
I know. It's fine. I'm not gonna get drunk. I'm not gonna get drunk. It's
you.
for New Year's. It's for
okay.
New Year's.
Let's go to stats here. Yeah, I kind of I fit relation to theme. So it looks like the theme is potassium.
Potassium bananas. What the?
No, just
Wait,
potassium.
why is bananas there?
Bananas
What?
have potassium.
Oh, okay.
It's like bananas have potassium, so
The absence of a period confused me.
it's okay.
I
Don't worry
thought-
about it. Banana.
Wait.
All right. So comparison would be to Robin and Frost, I believe. for our 5 stars here.
Robin
Yes.
Frost. Ella, and Dorothy don't exist for this comparison.
No, because they're 6 stars. This is
Also-
a 5-star.
Also, Frost doesn't exist because Frost kind of sucks.
Higher attack, lower defensive stats. Reasonable
Yeah.
enough.
Alrighty. Let's go look at talents and potentials. So you can deploy up to 10, basically the trap, so it's like pretty standard Trap Master S talent 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
you
is
can
a
put traps.
5-star, right? Or is this a 6-star?
5-star.
This is a 5-star.
5
The talent 2 is unlocked from the module, is that you can just put the traps on water terrain. And they
Oh,
do
that's cool.
and a res reduction. So that's from the module, just FYI.
That's a cute effect. You know, probably not text that matters most of the time, but neat enough.
It's an oddly specific moment thing. And then, so you have it's a pretty standard, or like the Trapmaster X, the gate SP1. Then it goes off, and then being the put on water is very, very niche and specific, but I mean,
Hey, nothing is more niche than Ceylon talent, okay?
poor Ceylon.
Year 1 unit moment.
Sandlot talent at least doesn't need the water to be in a useful place, though. It can just be anywhere on the map. And she still gets attacked even if there's no water. Anyways. Okay.
So we got a, let's see, what does this one do? Take fizz damage and... Oh, okay, so they leave the puddle. I'm assuming the puddle works as water. Like, it functions as a water tile.
What counts as a water tile? That is,
I don't know if it counts. Okay, how...
that is something that the game already encodes because Ceylon exists.
Also, I don't think it would matter.
Or I guess it would
right,
count as water
because-
terrain. Because an actual water tile, wouldn't that, like... Wouldn't enemies just start taking drowning damage if they're walking through, like, the solids water?
It depends.
I-
There are different types of water.
For the purposes of the way I think this is intending on working, is that it will count as a quote-unquote watery terrain for the purposes of the module.
My issue with this is that if the enemy dies on an undeployable tile, I feel as if the trap shouldn't be able to be deployed on it.
Yeah, I'll agree with. I think I can agree with that. Just that it override the undeployable overrides the ability to deploy on the water.
Are you thinking about, like, deep water, like the Sancho boss fight stage? Because most water doesn't, like, instantly kill enemies. They just take damage rapidly when they're in it, and the same is true of that deep water.
Yeah, that's what I meant by drowning. Just like the solids, where they just start taking
And-
damage.
Yeah, and there's some water that enemies don't take damage in, like in RA, for instance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna chalk it up as. Just like water they can hang out in.
Yeah.
Because it is a puddle. It isn't a, very rarely do people drown in puddles. I hope very rarely people drown in puddles. I see immolation damage. I'm gonna chalk that up as just flavor text to they take damage.
Yeah, I think
Right.
this is the same effect that Ifrit S2 has, for instance.
Yeah.
Oh, the burn.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then the active is... Oh, you get a bottled fountain. So that's a new one. Ah, okay. So it basically gives you... It gives you more watery tiles. And the fountain kabooms everything. Okay, so you can proc a bunch of traps if you choose to. Oh, there we go. There's the immolation damage. I didn't read that far yet. That explains it. Man, I like when these notes are added. Ready to go on to lore?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright. What do we got for lore? see. Again, as usual, let me know when you are ready to go on to the next page.
This guy's legally dead. Okay, good to know.
I am ready to go on the next page.
I am ready as well.
I am ready as well.
Cool. What do we got here? Let's see.
Tell me this guy has like a banana horde like Donkey Kong. Please, I really want this guy to have like a room in Rhodes Island, and then the moment like
Nothing but
someone
bananas.
enters, it's just full of bananas.
Nothing but bananas inside.
Yeah. His bed is made of bananas. He brushes his teeth with a banana.
What is he?
He has banana flavored toothpaste.
What is he? The subject of an SAT math question?
Yes.
Sylvian buys 400 bananas. If each banana costs like what? Cost 7 cents. How much money did he spend?
7 cents for a banana is a steal. Man, let me buy those bananas. Holy
I
shit.
mean, SAT problem. You know the SAT problems have some weird ass numbers sometimes. I'm ready to go to voice lines if you guys are.
I'm ready as
I'm
well.
ready as well.
I think the cheapest banana I've ever found was like 40 cents.
It's a pretty cheap banana. Voice lines. Alright, I did the Onesan ones apparently, so I think I'm spared from the bus this time.
How
think it's
deep
fine.
is
Sure.
Go for it, Skami. You are suffered. You are thrown to the bus.
With your level of tactical planning, I can only hope your morality is anywhere close. I can work with this. So this is how the private military of a pharmaceutical company operates. The fact that I can go on the battlefield and see children fight is a sight I did not think I'd be seeing so soon. And the sight of them succeeding in a combat operation is a sight that I don't miss either. That rainy day on the fields when my oropathy flared up, I thought death was finally done toying with me. Instead, people found me and they pushed me to be here. I know that I'm not alone in my path, but I deserve to play alone. Catch. It's a banana, some food to get through the day.
Alright.
Feel some mood dissonance there between the
banana. Sadly, according to my diet, I am not allowed to eat bananas. Feels bad.
Right.
Bananas are so good.
They are pretty nice. Alright, who's ready to go? Who wants to go first for points? Last points of the 9th OC contest.
I'll start off. Why not?
Go for
I like the lore's nice. I like the lore. I'll give it a 1.6. It's very what do you call it? It hits all the bullet points and it has like an interesting personality to the character rather than what do you call it? Just like a stock standard, you know. It's like a little bit more than that, you know. I think the integration and cohesion is nice. At least I don't think it's anything too special, so I'll give it a 1.8. The balance, could you go back to the skills for a moment, please?
Yes. Here you are.
I think the balance could use a little bit of work because the what do you call it? Minus 40% move speed is good. It's not that it's bad. And with the puddles and the immolation damage is nice too, but that is soft crowd control compared to both Robin and Frost's hard crowd control. Robin has a bind and a push. Not that anyone uses the push anyway. For Frost has a stun and a bind, right? And both are really, really useful. Granted, neither are AoE. I think this is AoE, so this operator does a lot more damage, but there's no hard crowd control, right?
Does
and
not
so-
appear so. Yeah.
Yeah. And so because of the lack of hard crowd control, I feel as if there would be difficulties trying to find ways to use this operator, I feel. So I feel as if the balance could use a little bit of work, but I do like that it's not supremely overpowered while also doing different things, so I'll give it a 1.7.
Okay.
For... What was the last one? Kit. I like the kit. The kit's fine, but it is very basic, so I'll give it a 1.6 as well.
So 6.7. Alright. Scon, would you like to go next? Okay, go for it.
Sure. Let's start with the lore. I liked the lore. I think it is mostly pretty standard. Again, not that that's necessarily a bad thing. I do think we end up with a personality as indicated by the voice lines. That is not something we see in Rhodes Island a lot, which is someone who's very cynical about Rhodes Island as a corporation. So that, to me, adds some uniqueness to it. I find that elevates how I feel about the lore. So I'm going to give that 2 on lore.
Okay.
Next, integration. I think this reasonably does the idea of potassium with the, it's highly reactive, it's hydrophobic. Sure. The name, sure. Those are all things that make sense to me. It's kind of something you could do with any reactive metal, but there is the banana thing that's mentioned a little bit in the lore that elevates it slightly. So I don't think the integration is super amazing. I do think the water tile integration specifically with the traps is kind of cute and lend itself to that, but again, it's not specifically super tied to potassium.
Mhm.
I'm going to give it a 1.8 on this metric.
Mhm.
Next, let's talk about the kit. So Trapmaster is really the only thing to talk about is their skill, really, because if you aren't a 6-star, your talent just you can put down traps.
Basically.
This operator has... Oh, I guess there's a couple more things to talk about. Sure. First, Trapmaster module. This is a second module for Trapmasters that we don't have yet. When a trap is triggered, gain 1 SP. I think that's a reasonable base module for Trapmasters, so thumbs up for that. Second, well, that isn't a module we already have, right? We have Trapmaster Y. Maybe I should verify that. I think that's the case. Yeah, that's
we have Y. Yeah.
So, thumbs up. Great basic approach. Second, I think the two skills are really, really similar to each other. One of them is 20 SP, and you get a trap that does 300% damage and DOT. One of them is 25 SP, and you get 2 traps that do 250% damage and a burn damage DOT. And you get the slow field, and it increases the effects of your triggered trap by 3 times. Those are really strong. I don't think the passive and the slightly more damage on skill 1 really correspond for getting twice as many traps and also getting the bottle fountains. And their use cases are really similar, which I don't love. Individually, I think these are both kind of interesting to play around. Defeating enemies, leaving the puddle in the field, and then that's something that you can use to enhance your traps is very cool. Same thing with skill 2, where there's a slow field that you also have to gauge how it's interacting with the traps that you're setting. Very, I think these are interesting effects to optimize, especially for a 5-star operator. Like, you don't have a lot of complexity to work with, and I think it uses that complexity in a really efficient way to make something interesting. I just wish there was less overlap between skill 1 and skill 2. I'm going to give it, for kit, a 1.9. And then finally, balance. I think this operator is reasonably balanced. It maybe is a little bit on the strong side. So the Bottle of Fountain has almost 100% uptime, and it's a 40% slow in, like, bug range. It's a pretty large area. And it lets you empower your traps. And empower as in give them a bigger radius and make them reduce resistance. And it lets you get the bonus damage off of them. If you're getting the bonus damage off of the traps, this operator is doing the most damage of any trap master with their traps. More than Dorothy. Not that primarily the thing you want from Dorothy is to use S1 and do really big crits with traps, but it's still a decent thing, especially for a lower rarity operator. That said, I think the fact that the ulti count control is this 40% slow makes it not overwhelmingly strong. I think it's just pretty strong. And I think this is an acceptable strength of a crowd control effect to have at the rarity. I mean, we have operators like Manticore here, that's like a 60% slow. This is a little bit more flexible, but Manticore also does a reasonable amount of damage on her own part, so I think it is basically fine balance-wise, except S1 is weak. But I'll give it a 2.1 on balance.
It's a 7.8 from Scotty. Alright, so my last points of the night. I think for me the lore is solid. Like, it's solid lore. Does it I think it's well done. Does it wow me to any degree? I don't think it wows me, but I think it's well done. I think it does better than baseline. So I'll give lore like a 1.7. I hit the space button by accident, but that's fine. As for the overall integration, I think we focused a lot on the potassium in water. So again, I think it's been like a running theme where there's definitely points left on the table for being able to do more things with it, right? But that is not a negative. It's just there's extra points that you kind of left out on the table there. But again, not a bad thing. As for the overall kit, I think it works together. I mean, it's Trap Master Kit. Like, obviously the talent is just you may put down Kaboom. That's about it, because that's how Trap Master Kits work if you're not 6-star. But I'm trying to work around the puddles and everything. I think I actually did a pretty good job with that. So I'll give you a. I'll give you a 2 for that. I think you actually did pretty good and try to work, like, just make it work with that and not make it excessively ham-fisted, if that makes sense. For the kit itself, I think skill 1 is just completely overshadowed. Is almost completely overshadowed by skill 2. Right? It's a little bit like, okay, well, skill, like, talent is just talent. Like, skill 2, work with the bottle and the bottle fountain. Like, okay, you have ways to trigger that. So you look at skill 1, it's kind of like, wouldn't I just rather just use skill 2 for more flexibility, right? They have almost similar SP costs, maybe just off by 5. So I'm just kind of like, wouldn't I just rather take the skill 2 for the higher potentials and the more skill expression? So, but otherwise, I mean, it works together pretty well. Again, Trap Master, you kind of get the easy out with the Trap Master for the talent 1 of just being put down trap. So I'll give the overall, I'll give the kit like a 1.7. Because, like, there's a more simplistic nature to it. So, and the S1 kind of, being not as expressive compared to S2 is just, that kind of takes it out a bit. And then, as for the balance, I would say this is in the area of acceptably strong. Again, but S1 is just kind of like, if I have S2, me personally, I'm not sure what situation I would really use S1 over S2, right? So, taking that into account, I will give balance a 1 point. Let's go 1.7. It'll be 7.1 from me. Which means I don't think this will be enough to topple our current number 1. That is a 21.6. It is definitely not enough to topple our number 1, which means that congratulations to Spipley for winning the contest. I'm not sure if Spipley is here, but if you are here, Spipley, big congratulations. Oh, you are here. Congrats. You are the winner of this of the 9th OC contest. Ambrose came very, very close, was nipping at your heels there. Actually, I don't need to move all these quick because this was a 21.6. I moved like way too many because I'm stupid sometimes. Fellow judges, while I'm doing some final screenshot point shenaniganry, would you guys, do you guys want to like drop in like honorable mention of like which one was your personal favorite? If it differs from the current number 1? If you remember any of them, that is, I know we've kind of been on the grind.
Beacon 6, because low rarity is cool, and I want more low rarity operators. Where are my 4 and 3 stars? Come on.
We got a 4-star every now and then, I will say.
Every now and then, but I want more.
More. Any thoughts?
I've been... Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the two that I rate highest relative to the judges are the one we just saw, Sylvian.
Mhm.
I thought was quite good, and Cathode I thought was quite good. Those, I mean, I thought the winner was quite good as well. I thought all of these were quite good. I thought it was solid entries all around. But I think those were the two that I preferred over the rest of the judges the most.
Mm-hmm. I think do we have a like an honorary one for which one we think incorporated the theme the best?
Whichever one Zui's one.
The uranium one? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Zui did a pretty good job in locking that one down for like exacted
good.
beats.
And the blast captor was also quite good, I think.
Oh, the elemental burn damage one?
The corrosion damage one.
Oh, the corrosion damage. Oh yeah, the chlorine one.
Spikes operator passivity, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was also a good job with the theme. This was a good one. This was a good one. Like, given how hard the theme was, y'all cooked pretty well. I think y'all cooked pretty well. Don't worry, the next couple of ones, it will be a lot more open. It will in fact just be full open season, just no theme. Make what you want, because it also saves us a little bit of, it lets us have a little bit of time to assemble some more themes, because
Themes are hard.
Themes are pretty hard to try to come up with one that's like interesting but also not too crazy. So
Yeah.
next couple of ones, we're making it easy on all of us. It's just gonna be, again, go free, make what you would like.
I was about to say maybe we could do a theme of making an operator based on an animal, and then I realized what game we were talking about.
I'm like, hold on now. It's like, you, sir. Nah, I don't know if we're gonna go to another academic themed one. We'll see. We'll probably cook up something down the line. But yeah, for the next two contests, plan on it being themeless. So, y'all can just get cooking immediately. No need to worry about theme. And I'll probably just open up that. What's the word for it? I'll open up the form pretty soon, so that way you guys can just submit. I might make a slight adjustment to the form. I'll probably run a quick a poll or something in Discord. Because the way that you guys can edit the form is that we'll have to set it where it'll have your email address, right? So that's the only thing. So I'll try to just double check if you guys are okay with that I can make that setting. That way it'll be easier for you guys to edit your entry without sending it to me. It's just more autonomy for you guys, so it just makes things smoother as a whole. But otherwise, I think that'll do it from us today. We made really good pace today. Made really good pace. Any thoughts from the final closing thoughts from the judges on this?
Play more Arknights.
Play more Arknights indeed.
Can we fund the third Arknights game already? I know the second one isn't out, but still.
So hold on, now third.
Let's all just mass email Hypergriff so we get more collabs.
We'll have to see on that one, but that'll do it from us. Unless there's anything you wanted to add in, Skami, or...
No.
Alrighty.
I'm all right.
Alright, let's see. Who do I want to drop y'all on today? Raito streaming. Raito streaming an IS4 tier list. So I will say
SMH.
it'll once again be woe, dead month, be upon ye. That'll be the raid message again. I'm gonna drop y'all off at Raito's. Be good. And yeah, schedule will probably be up, I don't know, tomorrow or the day after. Again, we're in frickin' Edge month, so it's gonna be a fun time trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do the next week. But yeah, gonna drop it off at Raito. Don't do anything silly.
You know, maybe we should ask Hypergriff to make all supply stages just available. I want to farm red certs.
It'd be nice to be able to farm, but unfortunately, we are where we are. So anywho, have a good day, good night, whatever y'all are. Appreciate y'all for stopping by. Thank you to all the contestants, and thank you to the judges for donating your time as always. Enjoy. Bye. Have fun.